Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us today. We're just waiting 1 minute more for Nenad to come, and then we will proceed. It's normal having slight delay in the morning, but I wouldn't want to have it very, much longer, because we have a packed morning, and then later, otherwise we're gonna sacrifice coffee break. So 1 minute more, and if Nenad is not here, he will join later. Okay, I start. I understand there's a colleague who went to fetch Nenad, who's somewhere. Perfect, Nenad. So this morning, what we wanted to give a voice again to first of all to Wojciech, to the EU, but then also to some of our partners like the CCBE, and then Portugal and Italy, because they are some of our partners who have launched help courses by their own, and it's really, really important. And then to our dear colleague Lilia de Tastorti, so that you started to see yesterday how intertwined the help program and courses can be with other cooperation projects, and it is important. You had yesterday also a panorama of the neighborhood policy, more specifically dedicated to the South Mediterranean, and today is going to be more for Central Asia. So let me first start with Wojciech Postulski. We've known for years now. I think it was one of the first persons I met when I came to the Council of Europe. Then in his former position as Secretary General of the EJTN, and he was so ready for cooperation and so ready to share, that it is not always, we're not always used to this kind of such great synergies, very well explained yesterday also by Marcus, and differences, but it is good to know the differences so that to see how we can complement each other. So Wojciech, now you're working for the European Commission in the European Judicial Training Unit, a crucial unit for us, for help, for the Council of Europe. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, at the end of the day, you announced that this morning we'll start with the presentation of the Commission. And I hope that was not the reason that some of the colleagues didn't come this morning. But I hope you'll be joining over the day. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to address you on behalf of the European Commission. There are three main reasons why it's such a pleasure. Firstly, it's of course this constantly intensifying collaboration between HELP, Council of Europe, and the European Commission. Second is that is the opportunity to address the two key target audiences of the strategy and policy on judicial training of the Commission, which is judiciary, judges and prosecutors, and lawyers. You know that not always these two professions are addressed equally and at the same time. It's good to have both of you here. And thirdly, it's important for the Commission to be able to address not only institutions from the EU member states, but also from the neighborhood. As you know, judicial training of justice professionals, both within EU as well as in neighborhood, is a constant and growing priority for the Commission. We were invited to speak this morning and to discuss with you the trends in the European judicial training. And by judicial, I mean training of all legal professions. And I wish to discuss three such trends, three such key streams present in the works of the Commission in this area. So these are the need to ensure the availability of training on fundamentals. That is the point number one. The second is the need to be able to address the emerging needs. And the third one is continuing need to innovate. when addressing judicial training. And of course, when addressing these three topics, I will also focus on the cooperation of the Council of Europe with the Commission. I'll be trying to focus on the synergies, not on the differences. All these three priorities, or trends, as they were called in the agenda, they of course derive from the European Judicial Training Strategy. That strategy was presented to you last year at the Help Online then conference, and yesterday Ambassador Kuneva recalled the key objectives of the strategy. So I'm free from doing that. And at the end of my intervention, after discussing these three trends, I will touch upon the key findings of our annual judicial training report that is showing to what extent those trends are present in the reality. So the first one, to ensure the fundamentals in the substance of training. What do we mean by the fundamentals? It's of course the training on rule of law. Rule of law that includes the key aspects like the independence, accountability, integrity, all the elements that we strongly believe are trainable. My background is a judge, so I know very well that on the day of the appointment, in my case by the president of my country, I did not become independent out of the sudden, integral. I had to have it in me to some extent, but it had to be trained. So that is the key element of this priority. We know that justice practitioners, all judges, lawyers, prosecutors, are key to uphold the rule of law. And to be able to do that, they need to keep up the pace of the development of EU, and not only EU, international law as well, are key in this area. The acquis that is in EU developing very fast recently. These weeks, we will hear a lot of decisions of the Court of Justice in Luxembourg on the cases relating to Poland, for example. So justice practitioners need to be aware of those developments and need to be able to apply in their daily work these new sources of EU law. But the jurisprudence on the rule of law is just a fraction what is expected as a content of judicial training on fundamentals. As it is said in our strategy, there is much more than that. The justice professionals should be trained on the topics like judicial conduct, resilience, integrity, very many topics that will altogether build up the effective, efficient, independent justice system in each and every state being a member of Council of Europe and of EU as well. Further, there are other elements of the fundamentals. It is the building the rule of law culture among the practitioners, which means allowing to build the relations of trust between, firstly, justice systems and the societies within which they operate, and on a larger scale, when we zoom out, between justice practitioners from different countries that are cooperating in the cross-border judicial cooperation. And having that as a priority means that we encourage, we support a lot to be delivered on those topics, and a lot is delivered. Let me share just two examples from the EU field. The first one is the initiative that is called the Dialogue Forum Judges at Europe. The Council of the EU invited the Commission to introduce such a project in the Council conclusions adopted last year under the Portuguese presidency in the Council. And the Commission invited EJTN, European Judicial Training Network, to launch such a dialogue forum. The first pilot event took place in Syracuse in May this year. We were there. There was a group of 40-something judges from all EU member states that were discussing, that was the aim, in the safe environment, not in the traditional training place, but in the place that was that is not often hosting the judicial training events, to discuss the challenges to rule of law that they face daily in many member states, not only in those that you have on your mind at the first sight when you think about the rule of law crisis. The discussions shown that the problems are existing in many countries in EU. So that was freely discussed under the Chatham House rules, and discussions were trying to aim what should be the best tools to face those problems that are not at the level of politics, not at the level of the constitutional courts, but at the level of the first instance courts and the daily work of judges, prosecutors, lawyers as well. Why did I mention this very one event? Because this was just a pilot, the first one. This initiative, Judges at Europe, will continue to be supported by the Commission, and we expect more events in the years to come. So here, I want to address you to become aware about this initiative and support participation of the relevant practitioners in those events that can really flourish and support this discussion between practitioners. Another important milestone was the hybrid conference that FIU took part in Bordeaux this year in February, that the Commission organized with the French presidency in the Council. That was entitled Initial Training of Justice Professionals Serving the Rule of Law. I believe yesterday in the morning, I said I believe because I skipped yesterday morning, I was on the train here, Ambassador Kuneva mentioned that conference as well. We were happy to have the nearly 150 face-to-face participants, plus numerous participants joined us on live. And over there, we were analyzing the links between initial training, so this very first phase where the practitioners, professionals are shaped as the professionals, and the rule of law. So the link was not only about the substance of the initial training, but as well the access conditions to the profession, how to select the right people for the process. And we know that initial training is a part of the selection process, and how the very structure of the initial training as set in the national laws is set to secure the rule of law. The conference produced a report that has been published a few weeks ago. It's available on the website of the conference of the European Commission. And I encourage all of you to take the ownership of the conclusions of that conference, study it, and try to turn those conclusions into the action at the national level. The conclusions concern two professions, judiciary and lawyers. We focused over there on two professions. But training on fundamentals also means the training on the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And here is the key substantial priority for the bridge between the Commission and the Council of Europe. As this is part of this key topic on fundamentals, the European Commission continues to provide support, including financial support, to numerous judicial training projects of Council of Europe, of HELP program. I won't be mentioning them here. We had a beautiful overview yesterday in the afternoon. We've seen what is being delivered. Some of these projects presented yesterday are supported by EU. Some, of course, are delivered directly by the Council of Europe. But among those, there's a help in EU. So it's a flagship project of our cooperation that is entering now the third edition. We know that in general, EU Charter training should focus on the scope of application of the Charter, specific rights that are enshrined in the Charter. But what we very strongly see is that the practitioners need a better understanding and knowledge how to face this interplay of these two instruments, the Charter and the Convention. Because training on the Charter should be delivered via the lenses of the practitioners, who at their daily work have to decide on the balance between the instruments, how to understand the relation between the instruments, which to apply, which court to address if they have some issue. And from that perspective, we welcome very much the launch of the works on your new help course on the EU Charter and the Convention interplay for practitioners. So as you said, the first kickoff meeting of the expert group took place just last week. EU Commission representative is taking part in this work. So we are very much looking forward to see the outcomes and the course available for the practitioners. And on a larger scale, we believe that when designing courses on human rights and fundamental rights, there is a need to have this dual approach, to look at every right from the both perspectives, from EU Charter perspective and the Convention. Of course, we are aware that the health courses are ultimately designed to the larger audience than EU member states, which is a bit a challenge, and as we understand, for you to design them in the way that follow what we keep asking for, focus on the Charter, and addressed with the interesting and relevant substance all Council of Europe member states. And of course, being aware about this challenge, we still keep asking to make the Charter more visible and think out the ways that will not force the practitioners from out of EU who do not apply the Charter to start the Charter. So it's up to you, of course, to find the way. The options might be that each of the courses might have a module on the Charter relation, or it might be embedded everywhere. But at least we are all aware that this is a challenge. All in all, we hope that the Charter will be more and more and better present in the help courses. And last thing on the fundamentals, we also noted with a huge satisfaction the update of the course on the reasoning of the judgments that Judge Yetsena presented yesterday. It is crucial from the perspective of rule of law, because we know that the element of it is the accountability of the judiciary. An element of accountability is the explanatory accountability. So the ability of the professionals to explain why and what they do to the public, which is the key to secure this trust in the public for the judiciary, which then is a milestone to build the judicial independence that should be supported by the society. If it's not, we see what are the outcomes around in Europe. So to conclude the remarks on the training on fundamentals, I wish to say that we need to boost it, but not only at EU level, not only with our actions, with your actions, but it also should get a boost at the national level. So all of you present here in the room and online should try to do more and more to embed the training of fundamentals as understood by us as just presented in your training daily practice. The second topic is the emerging needs. Justice practitioners, it's clear, our strategy says that must be able to adapt to the new developments in different areas. And it's not only about the changes in law. It's not only about changes in jurisprudence. It is part of it, but does not exhaust this topic. As practitioners need to follow the developments of the societies within which they exist. They have to understand where our societies and how they are developing to be able to function well within them and provide well the judicial service. This is at the end what we do. And because of that, this flexible response must be brought to any training needs. And of course, we could discuss for hours and hours what to do and how to do. But I think today we all know, and we've discussed it yesterday, that there's one key need that emerged at the end of February. And the source of this need is the war in Ukraine. We discussed it very well yesterday. We know that the Russian invasion on Ukraine impacts training needs both of EU practitioners and the Ukrainian practitioners. For EU professionals, the key concerns are to be able to apply rightly the asylum rights on the territory of the EU member states, to be able to implement the instruments of judicial cooperation between EU and Ukraine, to provide support by the actions of Eurojust, our agency, or the European Union Genocide Network. They are all put in place, but the practitioners in EU must understand how to work with them. And of course, there are a lot of needs on the side of the Ukrainian professionals. As Tatiana said yesterday, who would expect just last year that the Ukrainian professionals will have to be able and capable and competent to hear so many cases related to the war crimes? None of us is trained for these topics these days, was in the past. So the Commission is trying to provide the support in this area as well. We liaise with the, of course, judicial training providers in Ukraine, both the School of Judges and the Training Center for Prosecutors, with the General Prosecutor Office, with the Ministry of Justice, with EU representation over there. Together we were discussing what and how to do to avoid overlaps between us, because everyone now is willing, eager, and available to assist, which is very good, but we need a bit of coordination on it. During those discussions, we've identified 3 clusters of topics that should be addressed. The first one is the crimes of the genocide, in general war crimes. The second is the investigating techniques of the genocide and war crimes, which includes forensics, evidence gathering, e-evidence. And the third topic is the assets freezing and seizing obvious things, especially on the territory of EU. Additionally, some auxiliary topics were identified. Olesia yesterday, director of the Prosecutors Training Center, mentioned them as well, like the training methodology for the online courses. This is being delivered. What the Commission does, of course, we are not the training provider, but we are trying to encourage those that we support to deliver, and we try to coordinate them. So CIPOL, EJTN, EU delegation, they are all actively trying to implement. We were discussing that yesterday with Eva as well, how to see that there's a synergy of our works in this area. So it's important to be able to provide this assistance now, but in the coordinated and reasonable manner. We know that we can identify the topics, but it's not that easy to deliver that in the country that is at war. So there are many challenges over there. And to conclude this topic, the second priority, I just want to say that this is, again, a huge area for the synergies between us, and we have to look at it carefully. Third element, how to innovate. We continue believing, despite of all the experience of pandemic, that face-to-face training is essential, especially to contribute to build the trust between practitioners, which is a key objective at the EU level training. Knowledge, even skills can be delivered by the online training if well designed, but we cannot build trust that way. So we keep believing that the face-to-face training is will remain the prior format of the training, but of course it must be complemented by the online training offer, as experienced during the pandemic. But both formats, face-to-face and online, need to be innovative. They need to apply the newest development of the knowledge, how the adults learn, which is andragogy. So what the andragogy brings to the methods of what we do daily. And EU role, we believe, is support the training that is piloting such new approaches, employing these new ways coming from the science, from neuroscience, from the andragogy in the daily practice of training institutions. With doing the new things, hybrid events that we are having today, still also the new events, we have to keep working how to make the hybrid events, training events, not the conference like this one, really bringing what practitioners need. It's crucial to innovate also from the perspective that we believe that any EU support to the training should be the ground to further roll out, multiply, and secure sustainability at the national level, what is being piloted with EU support, with EU money at the EU level. So just to say on the innovation, when we are selecting the projects for the EU financial support under our operating grants, under our yearly call for proposals, we wish to direct this support to the projects that do not duplicate what exists, that are innovative from the perspective of the methodology, that are complementary to what has been delivered before, and that pave the new ways that then can be followed by the national judicial training providers. So that is what we aim at in these three topics. To what extent we are successful? We have one tool to assess it, which is the annual judicial training report that is collecting the data from all of you. You are feeding this report, and that is showing to what extent the objectives of the strategy are met, to what extent the trends that I just was referring to are present in the daily delivery of the judicial training. As these trends are coming from the new strategy in force since 21, our report since last year also changed. We introduced and adjusted a report to this new objectives, so include more detailed questions or information on the training of the young justice professionals, so on the initial training. We focus more on the format of training activities, to what extent is face-to-face, to what extent is blended, hybrid, online, etc. We also introduced in the report this section dedicated to measure the quality. We are checking which evaluation tools are being used, to what extent we do not only deliver and keep delivering, but to what extent we reflect if what we do are the right things done in the right way, which is the evaluation about. So these are the new elements of the strategy. Of course, I won't present here all the findings on the report. It's easily, you can easily find it online. Just one key figure: despite the pandemic, the report for the last year shown that we had a huge increase in the number of justice professionals trained. We focus on EU law training, of course, broadly understood, as you've seen from my presentation of today. It's not only EU law and jurisprudence. EU law training is much more than the EU law and jurisprudence, narrowly understood. Last year, 320,000 justice professionals in EU received the training on EU law, broadly understood EU law, which is a quarter of all justice professionals in EU, which is a lot, especially a lot in the light of the challenges that EU justice professional training entities were facing because of the pandemic. But as pandemic forced us to move online, allowed to increase the numbers. So we'll be now observing to what extent this trend of the increase of the numbers will stay with us. We are aware that the shift from face-to-face to online helped to address more with the same budgets. But we have to remember what I said before, that for the Commission, face-to-face training remains important. So we cannot just aim and run for the numbers that are easily achievable online. We have to focus if we deliver right substance, if there's an impact of the training on the performance of judicial systems. All in all, this is our objective. But we've noticed a huge increase in some member states and in some professions. The biggest increase was among the lawyers, and among the lawyers in some member states, like in Italy, for example, where the number skyrocketed, also due to the huge participation of Italian lawyers in your courses, in the courses of help. So the boost was huge, as Anna Maria named it rightly, very rightly yesterday. And the last thing about the report, since last year, we include in the report data on the training on EU law in the Western Balkans countries. The first approach that didn't show a lot. Some training providers had problems to gather the right data, but we will continue. So I use this occasion to encourage all of you to focus on providing the answers to the questionnaire that will be sent out very soon these days by the Commission, and that will build the 2022 report. I finish here with the annual report, and to conclude, I just wish to say that all those trends in our report shows that we are to reaffirm our collaboration with the Council of Europe, because it is crucial from the perspective of the priorities, from the perspective of the format that is allowing to address more and more practitioners. We are happy as the Commission to witness these successes of the help that were presented yesterday, that will be presented and today. And I wish to reaffirm that the Commission stands ready to further support and further finance help activities, activities that will address fundamentals, that will provide the response to the emerging needs, and that will innovate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wojciech, and also for you to know, I'm sure everybody will be very interested in your presentation. We have also followers online, not just Kudo, but web stream. And then we will, as we initially said, we will publish these interventions in this hybrid way. Definitely, I mean, even though help focuses a lot on developing these online courses, even for us, it is essential the face-to-face meetings, and that's why also the help methodology is flexible and allows for both face-to-face and online. And what we encourage also is more for the national justice training institutions to even organize and convene directly and meet face-to-face directly, like Italians or Portuguese or others. It is essential. And we have also seen a bit of fatigue towards the end of the COVID of this online thing. So I think the combination is the right formula. And then thanks a lot for everything. I took note of a lot of things, and then we will continue the discussions. But thanks for your trust and support. So we go directly to the experiences of Giovanni, and then also Giovanni is the help info point for Italy, working in the Consiglio Nazionale Forense, and then you've done a fantastic work. I think it has been a confluence of astrological confluence of almost with you, with the focal point for Italy, Gianluca Grasso, who is following us online. And this has been the perfect match for great success. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you for the invitation. It is an honor and a great pleasure for me to be invited here to share in this HELP conference in a panel of such brilliant and important friends and colleagues, the experience of the introduction of HELP courses into the training programs accredited by the Consiglio Nazionale Forense. I think I need to share my presentation, and it is an honor but also a great responsibility for me to stay here to represent colleagues who have chosen to protect human rights in the courts. And in preparing this presentation that you can see now on your screen, shared on your screen, I was trying to find some metaphor or some quotes that could allow me to express our experience in the HELP project, and at the same time allow me to capture your attention without sounding too rhetorical or self-celebratory. And that's how I found not one but three quotes, each with a different sense and meaning, that can describe the three parts of my presentation: judicial training after the pandemic, the role of lawyers, and the role of institutions. So let's go straight to the first part of my presentation and the first quote. This is a quote from Nassim Taleb, the author of The Black Swan, and this concept of anti-fragility, which I now quote in full. Some things benefit from shocks. Resilient resists impact and stays the same. Anti-fragile improves. What a better quote to describe the experience of the HELP project in Italy, but also yesterday, it was a very good experience also to listen from our colleagues from Ukraine, the need of training and the way to be anti-fragile and to resist to the shocks of the war. I think there is more need of training, more need of justice during this international crisis. And this is the same more or less what happened in Italy in March 2020 during the first lockdown. And it was in that context that, thanks to the support of the Consiglio Nazionale Forense and thanks to the help of Valentina Botz and all the team of the HELP group, the lawyers of my country demonstrated their anti-fragility. And this is another slide that shows that this project in Italy is still working well. And this also thanks to my colleagues and all the users of the HELP platform. So the first lesson we've learned is the anti-fragility, the way to react to the pandemic and also to the other shocks, improving our skills, also digital skills, to do better we have done before, including training. And this is the second quote, a quote that I would like to share with you. It is a quote from the first president of the Consiglio Nazionale Forense, Piero Calamandrei, one of the authors also of the Italian Constitution. And he said that Montesquieu said that the judge must be la bouche de la loi. I think that the lawyer must be something different. In Italy, we are seeing a very exciting experience. At the highest level of the Republic is the Constitutional Court, whose function is to cancel laws that are contrary to the Constitution. But the court cannot proceed ex officio. I mean, iura novit curia, but sometimes somewhere it is very difficult and sometimes it's not possible to leave all alone the judge to do and to raise these issues ex officio. And now it is in fact that the lawyers are the most active in discovering the laws that are contrary to the Constitution and in promoting the transformation of positive law towards the goal indicated by the Constitution itself. And this speech that was held at the Union Internationale des Avocats in Paris in July 1956 is still very relevant. Just add to the word Constitution the word Charter of Fundamental Rights or the word European Convention on Human Rights, and this speech seems to be written today. And in Italy, also through the changes in the new professional law and the new code of deontology, there is a new duty for Italian lawyers, including to have a good knowledge of the Convention on Human Rights. And in fact, the Article 1 of the Code of Deontology in Italy states that the lawyer shall ensure that the laws are in conformity with the principles of the Constitution and EU law and those of the European Convention on Human Rights. So the second lesson we have learned from HELP courses is that if judges are la bouche de la loi, as Montesquieu said, lawyers must be the eyes on the law and shall verify and ensure that the law does not breach fundamental rights or human rights or EU law. And a good lawyer, well trained, can make the difference. So let's go to the third part of my presentation, the role of institution. This is a quote, but actually it is not really a quote. This is the preamble of the European Convention on Human Rights. The governments reaffirming their profound belief in those fundamental freedoms which are the foundation of justice and peace in the world. Justice and peace. After 2 years of a pandemic and in the middle of a war, we can fully understand the meaning of words like this and the meaning of the relation that exists between justice and peace, because there cannot be justice without peace, but on the other hand, we can see this with autocratic and oppressive governments, there cannot be peace without justice, without respect for the fundamental freedoms that are, and let me quote again the preamble of the European Convention on Human Rights, common heritage of political traditions, ideals. And let's go straight to the end of presentation. These passages, these voices that seem so distant are instead so relevant in this season of passages and transition. In describing the experience of the HELP project in Italy today, it looks a little bit wrapping up the yesterday conference. Yesterday we listened from the Ukrainian delegation, the Ukrainian experience of our colleagues and their anti-fragility during the wartime. We discuss about the common mission between judges and lawyers to be sure that national law does not breach the European Convention on Human Rights. We emphasize the common need of more justice and more peace in the world. And I think this conference will take a place in the history of the HELP conference due to the opportunity to share our point of views and to focus on our goals and our point of arrivals. Because rights, fundamental freedoms, justice, peace, ideals are point of arrivals, something that is not only written on papers, but something that our national institutions should reach as soon as it's possible by political action, but if does not happen, by judicial action. And you must be sure that every European lawyer is ready to accept this new challenge, the challenge to put his eyes on the law, verifying that national law does not breach the European Convention on Human Rights and EU law. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Giovanni, fantastic. So thanks a lot for your inspiring speech. I think that it really speaks to lawyers and to the other, representatives of CCBE that are with us today, and particularly also to the Ukrainian delegation and the Ukrainian lawyers. I think that it will be important later for Savo to also disseminate the recordings of these sessions to know that Ukrainian lawyers are not alone. in their quest. I will now give the floor to Diego. Diego Ravara is a Portuguese judge, and he's been the focal point for help for a few years now.
We have to start the presentation. Well, good morning, everybody. Let me start by thanking the help team for the opportunity of sharing the experience of Portuguese help tutors throughout the last 8 years. So I have 10 minutes and I tend to, to respect that timeline. So, okay, yeah, okay. So it all started 8 years ago when I completed my TOT, and I was, of course, the only Portuguese judge and trainer with this completed TOT. And but just let me give you a brief introduction, a brief panorama of Portugal and the situation of the Center for Judicial Studies. So we are around 10 million citizens. We have a judiciary of about 2,000 people, judges and public prosecutors. And in the frame of help, unfortunately, our bar association never had any relevant activity. So we are the only ones bringing help tutored courses in Portugal, unfortunately. So we cannot rely on the Bar Association to, obtain synergies with lawyers, which is a pity. We resist a little bit on admitting lawyers in help courses because we feel that that might be interpreted as invading their own space. And so it's a little bit of a dilemma. At CEJ, unlike other judicial academies throughout Europe, we are in charge of the initial and the continuous training of judges and public prosecutors. But according to CEJ's organization, we are organized in 5 main thematic areas, which are the ones you can see on the slide. We have usually more or less 100 trainees in the initial training every year. And we organize between 100 and 200 training events each year. The budget is short, but the human resources in terms of trainers are not so bad. We have at least 3 trainers, full-time seconded judges and public prosecutors as trainers in CEJ, at CEJ, full-time in each thematic area. So the first challenge when we began to implement help methodology in Portugal was to build a team of help tutors. And the main goal was to have 1 certified tutor in each of the training areas, thematic areas. Now we have at least 2. And we have more or less 10 help certified tutors, which are also CEJ trainers. As I will explain later, this is a very important part of our strategy. And the initial course, in the initial training, we started with just one tutored course. Now we will have 7 next year. So we began with 1, then 3, then 5. Next year we'll have 7. And in the it's the other way around, sorry. The continuous training, 7 courses in the initial training from scratch to 3, 1 of them tutored. So as I told you, the initial goal is to have 1 certified trainer in each of the areas. Now we have more than 2. At least 10 certified trainers, which are also CEJ trainers. So, of course, we had to work to attain this level. So our strategy was to first host cross-border TOTs. We had a very nice event some years ago, I think 3 or 4 years ago. And we were constantly trying to send national trainers to TOTs organized by the Help Secretariat. But then we started to try to work as a team at national level. So each year we organize a series of meetings of help certified tutors to develop the work as a team and not so much to rely entirely on upon the focal point. So we have this decentralized management of the help activities in Portugal. And everything tends to be decided and managed as in group, as a team, you know. So the planning, the management, and it proves to give very good results. So the second idea, the second pillar of our work, I think it relies on the concepts of ownership and resource optimization. So we try to use all available resources the best we can. So the first option was that all PT help tutors in SAES tutored courses are SAES trainers at the same time. And then that gives us a lot of advantages. And also we tried to host help tutored courses in our own Moodle platform. And thirdly, we tried to organize the launching of the courses at national level by our own. I mean, of course, at first we tried to organize with SAES Secretariat, but then we realized that it's impossible for them to visit all the 46 member states several times and every year, so it's not feasible. So of course, we share the draft programs of the launching events. We exchange ideas, but we are nowadays more or less autonomous in that regard. Of course, we follow the usual methodology in organizing, planning these events, and everything, I mean, is running as it would run if we had the help team with us. So the advantages of these options were, the first, I think, the mindset changing. I mean, by having the SAES trainers as tutors allows to change the mindsets of the trainers, to influence the way they train the trainees, and of course the trainees themselves will hopefully bring that knowledge to the judgments. So I think this gives the opportunity for the help to reach even judges and public prosecutors who never attend one self-help tutored course. We wouldn't have this side effect if we had outside, so to say, trainers as tutors of the courses. So, and of course, I mean, in terms of cost reduction, it poses no problem, because our trainers do not require fees, and so from the financial point of view, it's the best way to maximize our resources, which are scarce in terms of financial capacity. And the third pillar was, of course, to embed helps methodology in knowledge in the curricula of the SAES. So as far as the continuous training is regarded, we integrate the courses in our continuous training annual activity plans. So for the judges and public prosecutors, when they receive these annual plans, they have the help courses side by side with other types of offer in terms of continuous training. And help courses in Portugal are recurring events, not just one-time event. I mean, we tried to organize several editions of the course everywhere until we feel that maybe the interest or the training needs are not so compelling. But so far it hasn't happened. And of course we try to offer courses in all 5 training thematic areas SEJ is committed to. So no discrimination in that regard. And the initial training, our approach is a little bit different. We have adopted 3 help courses: the course on introduction, the course on ethics, and the course of asylum, because we have a separated course for the judges serving in the administrative and tax courts and the administrative courts rule on asylum issues. So this course on asylum is mandatory and is tutored by the SEJ trainers. The other 2 are optional. They are used as training tools that the trainees can refer to. As we will see later, there's an upcoming possible development related to these 2 courses, which is interesting. So to conclude, the 4th pillar is, of course, flexibility. You have to be able to improvise, otherwise you won't survive as a focal point, help focal point, at least in my point of view. So we have this opportunity, this experience this year when we opened the 2nd edition on the course of combating violence against women and domestic violence. And our goal was to train 40 judges and public prosecutors. But we had this communication problem with I counsel for the Judiciary and I counsel for the Public Prosecuting Service, and we ended up with 200 enrolled participants. So this was a dilemma. How can we solve this? And there was no optimal solution, because our first idea was to say, well, we cannot have 200 participants, let's refuse 160. Then we stopped and we thought, well, how bad will this be for SEJ's image regarding not only judges and public prosecutors, but other actors like, for instance, Grevio, which has, of course, constantly stressed the importance of training in this topic. And also, how many years will it take to train 200 judges and public prosecutors at the foreseen pace of 40 a year? Of course, 5 years, it's a long time. So we had to adapt and to face the challenge. And the truth is that, well, by reinforcing the team of the tutors in this course, we had not 1, but 3 tutors, we managed to have the most participated tutored course ever. And we would never thought it would be possible with 200 people. We had not 1, but 3 live events, although it was, they were video conference events, but very, very, with high levels of participation. So that I think this experience shows how open you must be as a tutor to novelties and to address the challenges and come up with new solutions. Okay, I'm just finishing. So, and the other challenge we face is the possibility of replacing face-to-face training modules by help courses. This is just a possibility, but due to constraints and due to the need of shortening the training time in the initial training. So this is something we are foreseeing. And to conclude, 2 other challenges. The first one was the possibility of have bilingual courses. So to have the SCOM packages both in Portuguese and in English embedded in our Moodle platform to address the many translation issues that we are facing. This, I think, is one of the biggest challenges nowadays in regarding the adaptation to the courses. And to conclude, there is this need, I think, that the participants feel to have some source of information they can refer to. So going back to the Moodle platform 2-3 years after completing the course for information is not very practical. So we think that maybe it would be nice to take that information and create some kind of handbook or ebook where we can easily pick up that information. So, and that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I respected the timeline.
I mean, thank you very much, Diogo. I think your experience is very important because this is a model we would like to promote with others. So we're lagging a bit behind, and we have three speakers now. We have the Secretary General of the CCBE now with us as well online, and I was just hesitating whether to move this to later, but I'm not sure if Simone will have time. So now we have him, okay, online, okay. So Simone, thanks a lot for joining us. I'd like to ask you to be as brief as possible as we're a bit lagging behind the agenda. Even if we go a bit over the break, then what is compulsory is we need to respect, we will reshuffle the agenda later, but we need to respect the contribution of trafficking in human beings from Petty and Estorova at 11:10 sharp. So Simone, the floor is yours.
Yes, many thanks. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for the invitation, and apologies I cannot be there in person for this excellent opportunity again to meet actually in person with this very great network. But nevertheless, I'm honored to be able to take the floor online. Just to indicate to the audience a little bit who we are. So the CCBE is basically an international association gathering all the national professional organizations of lawyers, the Basel Law Society from the EU, the European Economic Area and wider Europe. And through our members, we represent more than 1 million lawyers from 46 European countries. We are based in Brussels. We work, of course, closely with the EU institutions and with the Court of Justice in Luxembourg. But we also have a long-standing history of collaboration with the Council of Europe and also the European Court of Human Rights. And this has also grown stronger in recent years, and I will come back to that later on. So the core of our mission is to ensure that lawyers can effectively perform their professional functions in a society based on the rule of law, human rights, and democratic value. And in that sense, we are what we say the eyes and ears of the legal community. So we closely follow European policies and take action when we believe the voice of lawyers needs to be heard. Issues that we cover are access to justice, rights of the defense, guarantees of a fair trial. Also, of course, the client's rights to confidentiality of exchanges with their lawyers is an important matter, but also the innovation and the digitalization of justice to ensure that these new technologies used in justice also remain fair and ethical and most of all human-centered. And providing also information on how to offer legal services in another country is an important matter of our mission. And also ensuring the highest quality of legal services, including through, on one hand, deontological rules, but also, of course, by promoting high quality training of lawyers. So that is, of course, an important element of our work, because obviously the rule of law cannot exist without access to lawyers, and lawyers are key in ensuring access to justice. And of course, everyone must be able to defend and enforce their rights, their human rights, and lawyers play an essential role in that sense. And therefore, we believe that strengthening the competences of lawyers through high quality training so that they can really effectively enforce their citizens' rights is therefore a constant challenge for us and for the legal profession. The way we take action is basically we develop common principles through a CCBE code of conduct, but also we have a CCBE charter of core principles. We regularly issue position papers to make the voice of lawyers heard. As I said, both towards the EU, but also the Council of Europe. We issue practical guides to assist not only bars and law societies, but also individual lawyers on various matters. For example, free movement of lawyers, how they can practice in other member states, but also how they can also effectively represent clients in the courts, the European courts in Luxembourg and in Strasbourg. We issue also recommendations on various elements and also regularly issue statements. For example, to send, we send numerous letters to national authorities worldwide to support also endangered lawyers across the world. And then we do also, of course, intervention in court cases when an issue raises an important matter of touching upon the core values of the profession. And then we do, of course, a lot of projects also with the help also of various funding, among which the European Union funding. And in that regard, we also undertake various training projects in collaboration with the European Lawyers Foundation, which is a separate legal entity. It's a kind of a project arm of the CCBE or project vehicle through which we also try to promote training and the implementation of training activities of the national bars for lawyers. Recent examples we did together was we did also recently a conference which was attended also by a lot of lawyers online, where we also explained how the use of artificial intelligence can be implemented in legal practice. And of course, also the ethical issues that arise in that context and practical issues. We also did webinars on EU sanctions and Ukraine and the role of the legal profession, because these sanctions, it's not always clear for lawyers how they apply and how they can be, of course, respected in a proper manner. So we did a very successful webinar on that, where we had more than 700 lawyers participating. Also on Ukraine and the International Criminal Court, we also did a webinar on that very recently, and it has proven to be a very successful way to reach out to a big community of lawyers on topical matters. And this brings me then also to our collaboration with HELP, which of course is a unique network of training institutions of all the professions, judges, prosecutors, and also lawyers. So we obviously share a common target audience, and we therefore have a long-standing involvement with the HELP. And we are very grateful of the wide range of fields which HELP covers, and which also very much is linked to our wide range of activities. We have around 25 different committees within the CCBE dealing with all sorts of different areas and fields of law. And we therefore appreciate the range of activities undertaken by HELP. And we also try, in that sense, to be of assistance in making sure that also our network, our bars and law societies, are also collaborating with HELP in the implementation of training projects. We ourselves also, for example, our deontology committee, which looks into ethical rules of lawyers across Europe, and also keeps under constant review our code of conduct for cross-border activities of lawyers, and also the Charter of Core Principles of the legal profession. Through this deontology committee, we also collaborated with the help course on ethics for judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. And I'm also, also in 2019, we launched a multinational help course for procedural safeguards in Spain. And I'm also happy to announce today that we also agreed to launch a multinational help training course on ethics for lawyers in the autumn this year. And we obviously hope that this will be a successful project and will lead to some regular common events also in future. We also appreciated a lot the initiative undertaken by HELP in relation to the devastating events taking place in Ukraine. You set up a virtual asylum and migration help desk for lawyers, e-desk for lawyers assisting people fleeing the war in Ukraine. We also had set up a kind of information on how people fleeing the country of Ukraine, how they can also get legal assistance in different countries of the EU. And we appreciate that sort of collaboration, and we are happy to explore further possibilities in that regard. And then I will conclude. Well, because of course we have this challenge. We have this challenge, as I said, to empower the legal profession to make sure that they can effectively enforce human rights. And this objective, which was set by the EU in its training strategy to train 50% of lawyers, is for us a very serious objective, and we are happy that at least over the last year we made significant progress, and we are very much aware that part of this progress was also due to the activities which HELP undertook, and we are therefore eager to further collaborate, especially by looking first of all by monitoring how training is implemented across the EU. So we have set up, for example, an informal list of contact points for European judicial training activities, so that we also are aware, what kind of training activities are taking place. And secondly, we are also eager to assist in the identification of further training needs. An area which is very important is the e-justice area, the digitalization of justice, and the need to empower lawyers with digital skills. We see there an important challenge, and we look forward to work further with the HELP to confront these challenges. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight these issues.
Thank you very much, Simone. Thank you also for your conciseness and going really to the point. And as we said yesterday to EJTN, same to CCBE, you can count on us to further our cooperation and continue our good work together. It's really good that we managed to identify the course on ethics for lawyers. I mean, for judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, but obviously we're going to focus on ethics for lawyers for next joint launch, and we're ready to do it. We're happy also to have with us in presence Indra. So this is really, we have also Andrea with us, we have Noemi. So, and we have a lot of lawyers also who are part of, I'm saying now Velimir, and I'm saying Anjolet in front of me. So, many others are here. So looking forward to seeing you in presence, and thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome. We, with the courtesy of Nenad Bujit and Sergey Arakelian, we managed to reshuffle a bit the agenda for today, because we think it's really important to give the floor to you as national actors, and we don't want to rush this, so we will sacrifice our intervention later after the break, but we want now to go for Central Asia, and then we will have the interventions from the network members from the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership afterwards, where at the same time that we have like how to take help further, we will see how we manage to compress. So now let me introduce my colleague Lilia Gretas-Dortit, who's the head of the cooperation division, where both of us were working under the same department. We came here also even in colorful symphony. So you see how synergies have to go hand in hand, and I'm gonna pass her the floor to give a presentation of Central Asia, and then we'll have some partners from Central Asia speaking. Thanks, Lilia.
Thank you, Eva. Distinguished panelists, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am really pleased to be able to address such a diverse and impressive audience here today. An audience not just from all Council of Europe member states, but significantly also beyond the Council of Europe member states, which I think is actually emblematic of help, of the far and wide-reaching relevance of help, and shall we say even the global relevance of help. And I do feel compelled to thank and congratulate my dear colleague Eva Pastrana and her amazing team for not just these 2 days here, but the last 2 days, 2 weeks, many weeks, months and years of excellent results and great cooperation together on ever so many cooperation projects across diverse topics and across diverse borders. And of course, this is, you know, the essence, as Eva was saying, bringing forth these synergies so that our joint efforts actually forge results. Now, as Eva mentioned, the topic of my presentation is focused on one particular fascinating region of our world, namely Central Asia. And in this week, just earlier this week, I actually had the privilege of welcoming a notable delegation from Central Asia here to Strasbourg, and I was particularly pleased that we saw some concrete steps forward in numbers, namely that last time we had 4 delegates from Central Asia, but now we have 15. And I want to note their presence here and thank them for their ongoing cooperation and for being with us here today. Now, we decided to share the session with 2 other speakers so that you would not just hear from me from Strasbourg, but we would also hear directly from a couple of our Central Asian partners. So I will just focus mostly on saying a few words about some of the activities that we have pursued and foresee pursuing, and then give the floor to our partners, national partners. Now, first let me say that the Council of Europe work in the region actually has a much longer history than some of us might imagine. Already in the late 1990s, the Council of Europe was cooperating, albeit to a limited extent, but still cooperating with a couple of countries in Central Asia. But this cooperation, of course, has been greatly enhanced through the implementation of the policy for neighborhood regions, which has been in operation since 2011 at the Council of Europe. And of course, in this regard, as ever, the partnership with the European Union is absolutely essential and imperative, in fact, indispensable. And we hope very much to actually deepen that cooperation to do more in Central Asia. Now, as of the end of 2019, the Council of Europe is implementing the European Union and Council of Europe joint program called the Central Asia Rule of Law Program. It consists of 3 actions, but we here on our side are mainly focused and engaged in the first component, namely facilitating the creation of a common legal space between Europe and Central Asia and enhancing human rights protection. We call this the Help in Central Asia project, and indeed Eva was intimately involved in this from the start. Now, after some delays due to the pandemic, project implementation is now in full swing, and the Help platform now counts 423 registered users from the region. Now, this number may seem modest, but it actually is quite significant. especially considering the limited time period of project implementation and the overall novelty of what is being done. To date, we have 25 certified help tutors, and 2 weeks ago we held the second training of trainers for 36 legal professionals, and we've now trained 72 legal professionals from all 5 states, and we are certainly looking forward to training a lot more in the near and distant future. Now let me then, in recognition of what our national partners have already done, name some of the activities, just name a few examples of those. In Uzbekistan, we translated 3 help courses in the Uzbek language, namely the rights of persons with disabilities, combating trafficking in human beings, and violence against women and domestic violence. And the course on the rights of persons with disabilities has already been adapted to the national context and launched for 25 judges of the School of Judges in Uzbekistan. And the other 2 courses are en route in cooperation with the Academy of the General Prosecutor's Office. And we're also looking into international cooperation in criminal matters for this to be translated and adapted. Then in Kazakhstan, we have translated the help course Ethics for Judges, Prosecutors and Lawyers. And we plan to launch that in the autumn of 2022 with the Academy of the General Prosecutor's Office. And we are also working closely with the Human Rights Commission under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan and the Institute Sorbonne Kazakhstan. I could say a lot of more things about this, about our trainings, especially on human rights standards and law enforcement, etc. But I will stop here as time is pressing, as we all know. And let me then move to Tajikistan, where we organized, amongst others, a seminar for lawyers on the right to a fair trial, where we had very positive feedback from participants. We also recently had a very well-attended public lecture on the convention and the Court of Human Rights case law for law students and the law faculty, etc. Now in Kyrgyzstan, we are organizing seminars and workshops now this July in just a few weeks for judges and prosecutors with a view to present, translate, and adapt the help course on child-friendly justice. And finally, and of course there are other plans there as well, but finally let me mention also Turkmenistan, where safety measures due to the pandemic have been now eased, and we're in dialogue with our partners on how to move forward with concrete activities, but representatives from the national training institution have participated in the help training of trainers, and we will follow up with that in particular. Now, these are of course just a few examples of activities, but we all know that cooperation projects, wherever they're implemented, whether it's in Council of Europe member states or beyond, are not really about activities, they're about results. They're about forging real change, ultimately, down the road, with all sorts of trainings and tools being some of the tools to use for doing that. But of course, the overall aim is to see change in law and in practice. And as was mentioned here earlier, in certain professional approaches and culture. And so this is, of course, what we remain committed to doing in the ensuing months and years. And related to that is, of course, the fact that the overall hope or the overall mission with all partners is not only to fortify help in Central Asia, but to also strengthen the sustainable impact of the cooperation through varied other means as well, through a whole range of methods and topics. Now, concluding, I would like to note that there are extensive reforms on the table in the region. For example, constitutional changes are to be introduced in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And Tajikistan is about to introduce an anti-discrimination law the first specialist law of the kind in the region, if I'm not mistaken. And this is, you know, a significant development. And again, we are looking forward to accompanying our key national partners in Central Asia on this route and deepening our mutual respectful exchange and cooperation to for concrete results in a sustainable manner into the future. So on that note, it is my pleasure to now give the floor to two other speakers. First, online, if technology is not betraying us, Mr. Igor Nignatsanov, Deputy Director of the General Prosecutors Academy of the Republic of Uzbekistan. He will briefly share with us his experience or their experiences of the cooperation. And then indeed, next to me, Madame Ainur Sabitova, who is a member of the Human Rights Commission under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and the director of the Sorbonne Kazakhstan Institute. I believe it, but we start online. Monsieur, you have the floor.
Спасибо большое, уважаемая госпожа Гретер-Золтер, госпожа Пастрана, уважаемые участники конференции. Надеюсь, меня видно и слышно. Я рад всех приветствовать, хоть и виртуально, с горячего сегодня Ташкента, столицы солнечного Узбекистана. Меня зовут Уйгун Нигмаджанов, и я представляю Академию Генеральной прокуратуры. Благодарю за предоставленную возможность выступить и поделиться нашим опытом взаимодействия в рамках программы HELP и в целом в рамках этого очень важного проекта по верховенству закона Центральной Азии и осуществляемого Советом Европы и Европейским Союзом в рамках новой инициативы. Для начала хочу отметить пару слов об Академии. Это образовательное и научно-исследовательское учреждение. Мы организуем несколько программ повышения квалификации, включая первичную подготовку и повышение квалификации действующих кадров. Основной наш контингент – это прежде всего прокуроры, но также есть внешний так называемый контингент, сотрудники правоохранительных органов и других структур, но это в основном по определенным тематикам, включая коррупцию, отмывание денег и права несовершеннолетних. С самого начала образования Академии в 2018 году мы начали внедрять возможности электронного обучения. И вторая наша стратегическая цель, которая была поставлена, это обеспечить индивидуальную траекторию обучения каждого сотрудника, важным условием которого мы считаем является создание большого числа элективных курсов. Это то, что на сегодня, например, мы видим на нашей платформе HELP, и тематика обсуждения которого является сегодняшняя конференция. Вот эта важность именно платформы, в которой включает в себя множество модулей по разным сферам, направлениям, и дает возможность использовать эти ресурсы для того, чтобы как раз-таки обеспечивать вот это создание базы элективных курсов в каждой стране. Открытость этих ресурсов, доступность их для всем – это, безусловно, очень важная инициатива, за которую я бы хотел выразить признательность Совету Европы и всей команде HELP. Первое хочу отметить – это актуальность модулей и их востребованность, что также было отмечено предыдущими спикерами. Например, в нашей стране за последние 2 года существенно возросло отношение к вопросам гендерного равенства и домашнего насилия. В структуре Генеральной прокуратуры недавно создано новое подразделение по защите прав женщин и предотвращению насилия в отношении притеснения и насилия в отношении женщин. В других правоохранительных органах также осуществляются институциональные изменения в этой сфере. И в этой связи при поддержке HELP, как уже было отмечено госпожей Лилией, мы начали работу по модулю насилия в отношении женщин и домашнего насилия. Я думаю, это будет очень важный результат нашей совместной работы. Второе, я хочу отметить, это то, что перевод модулей и их контекстуализация под учет национального законодательства позволяет выявить еще один важный аспект. Это то, что не отражено в нашем законодательстве, но то, что существует на уровне признанных международных стандартов. И это позволяет по-новому смотреть на вещи, приходить к определенным умозаключениям, и в том числе это позволяет повысить значительно потенциал тренера, а значит и в последующем будущих слушателей. То есть таким образом мы приобщаемся к стандартам Совета Европы и другим международным стандартам, и по-новому смотрим на то, какие у нас есть возможности их еще более имплементировать в национальное законодательство и практику. Третье, я хочу отметить то, что мы активно взаимодействуем с командой HELP, и хотя не так давно, это всего лишь 1,5-2 года, и это намного меньше, чем упомянул мой португальский коллега, но тем не менее, работа идет, мы проводим встречи, приняли участие в тренингах для тренеров. На сегодняшний день 6 сотрудников Академии Генеральной прокуратуры получили сертификаты тренеров HELP. И, значит, как было отмечено предыдущим спикером, мы работаем над 3 модулями. Это модуль по насилию в отношении женщин, который мы уже сказали. Это модуль по противодействию торговле людьми. И модуль по международному сотрудничеству по уголовным делам. Ну, наши партнеры с высшей судейской школы, как уже было отмечено, они уже реализовали еще один модуль. Это тоже важный для сегодня, для Узбекистана. Это модуль о правах лиц с ограниченными возможностями. Новая политика Узбекистана – это она политика, вытекающая из целей устойчивого развития и направлена на обеспечение учета принципа, что никто не должен остаться позади, и выполнение международных обязательств, взятых нашей страной. Вот поэтому я еще раз хочу подчеркнуть таким образом востребованность и актуальность всех модулей платформы HELP. И в завершении хочу выразить благодарность этому проекту и готовность продолжать наше активное взаимодействие по этим и другим модулям. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Dear Madam, dear Bureau, dear participants, thank you very much for giving me opportunity to say how we are collaborating with representatives and with the program HELP. So allow me to welcome you on the behalf of the Commission of Human Rights under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, the head of the Commission, Monsieur Rogov, couldn't attend today's session personally, but he sent the greetings and best regards. Actually, Monsieur Rogov, he was a former head of the Constitutional Committee, and he is official representative and committee from our country. On behalf of the Commission of Human Rights under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, allow me express my special gratitude to the HELP program of the Council of Europe for its productive cooperation and expert support, which is aimed at the implementation of the strengthening of the human rights cluster. At present, Kazakhstan is the growing serious reform in the political and legal sphere. At the beginning of the year, at the address of the people of Kazakhstan, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, proposed a large-scale program of political modernization. It implies the transition to the new state model, a new format of interaction between the state and society. Constitutional changes can be conditionally divided in several blocks. And thank you for Madame Greta Stoder for giving for me opportunity to explain about reform 1 day ago when it was official 1 day in our platform with my colleagues from Central Asia, which is all of them with us. So, dear colleagues, can I continue on Russian language? And very shortly to explain about collaboration with program HELP. Я искренне выражаю признательность мадам Лилии Гратенстори и ее большой команде, нашему координатору в лице Кристины Хохловой, которая очень усердно работает с нашими представителями казахстанской стороны. Вместе с тем, благодаря программе HELP Совета Европы мы провели ряд обучающих семинаров, а также в рамках юридических диалогов, которые проводит Комиссия по правам человека при президенте Республики Казахстан. И на все эти мероприятия, семинары приглашаются сотрудники правоохранительного блока, которые очень активно принимают участие. Тематика для нас, она актуальна. Буквально разрешите несколько озвучить тех направлений, которые мы провели на площадке Института Сорбонна Казахстан, эти мероприятия. Тематика следующая. Это юридические компетенции в новых реалиях, вопросы трансформации правовых знаний, европейские стандарты соблюдения прав человека в правоохранительной деятельности, юридическая компетенция в новых реалиях, вопросы трансформации правовых знаний. Надо сказать, что на семинарах приняли участие сотрудники правоохранительных органов, ряда учебных заведений данного направления, Академия правоохранительных органов нашей страны, Академия правосудия Верховного суда, судьи, адвокаты, представители правозащитного блока. У нас имеются волонтеры из числа молодежного резерва, юристы, которые очень также заинтересованы работать в рамках правовой пропаганды и работать в соответствии вот с теми интересными актуальной тематикой программы HELP. Я бы хотела отметить, что на одном из семинаров принял участие генеральный прокурор Республики Казахстан, и от Генеральной прокуратуры был очень хороший положительный отклик по данным семинарам, которые мы провели совместно с программой HELP. Уважаемые коллеги, сегодня, вот буквально вчера, дорогая Ева, мадам, модераторы говорили о том, что очень важно давать обратную связь по реализации нашего совместного сотрудничества. Позвольте мне озвучить, нас, представители казахстанской стороны, заинтересовали следующие курсы, которые бы мы хотели бы, обращаемся к программе HELP, к нашему координатору, к вам, дорогая Лилия, провести у нас в Казахстане. Курсы по кибербезопасности. Нас заинтересовал курс «Судебная аргументация для судей национальных судов». А также во исполнение закона президента, у нас был в 2022 году глава государства 16 апреля внес закон о внесении изменений и дополнений в некоторые законодательные акты. Нас также заинтересовали тот курс, который вчера был озвучен по правам военнослужащих, отстаивание прав человека для военнослужащих, как эффективность армии, права военнослужащих и супругов, детей на жилье. И права военнослужащих, живущих в казарме. Мы бы очень тоже хотели бы изучить опыт европейский, как в этой связи проходит. И развитие правозащитного потенциала Института адвокатуры в Казахстане. Мы предлагаем, если это будет возможность, рассмотреть предложение, провести совместную работу и выездной семинар на территории Казахстана. Если это можно, я как директор Института Сорбонна Казахстан хотела бы предложить площадку нашего института, или, конечно, мы можем это все обсудить в рамках Комиссии по правам человека при президенте Республики Казахстан. Dear Madam, dear colleagues, the implementation of the constitutional, dear Madam, we as a before count of the experts and methodological support of the Council of Europe Health Program, and look forward to the future productive cooperation to ensure of protection human rights. And thank you for giving the time, and I wish the success work this program help. And thank you so much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I knew, and then the Deputy Prosecutor General as well, and then Lilia. I think we managed quite good to catch up with, and then I propose to have a break until 11 or 11:10. Okay, please be in the room. As I said, I'm from Madrid, but still, to be punctual, let's say 11:05 in the room, okay? Because at 11:10, we have our dear colleague Petya Nestorova, who's Executive Secretary of the Council of Europe, Greta. So it's the Anti-Trafficking Convention, and she's having also a plenary at the same time, and she made the time for being with us to present the new course. And also I will mention that we are going to update the current course on anti-trafficking. So 11:05.
Shall we say 11, but means 11:10?
Yeah, 11:05 here,
11.
11:10 we start, and I will see, I have very good photographic memory, who's missing. Okay, thank you. So thanks a lot for slowly coming back and sitting. We'll have to start in a minute. Thanks a lot, Nenad, Sergey, also for accommodating the agendas once more. And then I would like to remind you all that these sessions that are recorded will be later available to the disposal of the participants. Okay, so this is also important for Petya. And then let me now mention that, as announced yesterday, one of the new courses that we added to the help catalog was a course on anti-trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation, that it is clearly linked to both the Anti-Trafficking Convention of the Council of Europe as well as the European Social Charter. And this is a course that has been very demanded in the Council of Europe member states, but also in the neighborhood countries. So in South Mediterranean, and now, as we listened earlier, it will be also for Central Asia countries. Without further ado, let me give the floor to the Executive Secretary of the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking, Petya Nestorova. So, dear Petya, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Eva. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you again. I spoke a few years ago at your annual meeting when we launched the course on combating trafficking human beings, and I'm here today to present to you a new additional module which was developed last year, specifically on trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation. Can we have my PowerPoint presentation? I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eva. So this new module, as I said, was developed in the course of last year, and it was done during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the three consultants who worked on it were meeting most of the time virtually, but the work was completed, and I just want to say a few words about the context. The phenomenon of human trafficking, as you know, is something of great concern. It is a serious criminal offense, often related to organized crime, transnational, but it also happens within the countries. And it is also a serious human rights violation, linked closely to Article 4 and also other articles of the European Convention on Human Rights. When it comes in particular to trafficking for labor exploitation, we have seen that it is emerging as a major challenge in Europe. And in the Council of Europe, the spotlight has been put on this phenomena through the work of the group of experts on action against trafficking, Greta. The previous Secretary General of the Council of Europe, in the last report that he issued, actually identified this as a major challenge in Europe. And since then, at various ministerial meetings, the Committee of Ministers has also insisted very much on the need to do something about confronting this phenomenon. And we have now in the pipeline, hopefully by the end of the year, it will be issued a new Committee of Ministers recommendation specifically on this, on combating trafficking for labor exploitation, which was developed through the work of a drafting group set up under the Steering Committee on Human Rights. It completed its work recently, and CDTH recently also approved this draft text, and it will be now sent to the Committee of Ministers for adoption in the autumn. So it is something the Council of Europe has been paying increased attention on, and we also have a growing jurisprudence of the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, starting with the landmark case of Choudhury and others against Greece, but there are some other more recent cases as well, and I will refer to them in my presentation. So this is the context, and this topic is relevant both for the specific issue of trafficking in human beings, but also for the area of labor rights. And that is why the module was developed and added to 2 of the existing courses. One is the one on trafficking, and the other one is labor rights as human rights. The preparation of the course was done jointly with experts provided by the Anti-Trafficking Division, and also colleagues, an expert provided on behalf of the European Committee on Social Rights. So the context is such, it reflects the work of Greta on the one hand, the work of the European Committee of Social Rights, and of course, naturally, the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. I've just put here on one screen the learning objectives, and these are the subsections, if you want. Also, the module is structured in this way, starting with obviously the legal definition of trafficking for labor exploitation, and the different concepts which are related to this, the difficulties around defining what is labor exploitation. In fact, very few countries have defined that in their national law. There is an international definition of forced labor, but that's not the same as labor exploitation. So there's quite a lot of development around this. There is a section on the key actors, who actually is concerned by this. And in the first place, these are labor inspectors, but not exclusively. And there's quite a lot of text also around the multidisciplinary approach to this phenomenon. A very important part of the module is indicators. How do you actually find out that you have people who are exploited in this way? So there's indicators, and then to link to this are the challenges to actually identifying the victims, because quite often they would not come and claim their rights. And from there is a subsection on once you have identified, how you actually provide access to rights. How do you assist? How do you protect? A very important part of the module is about the investigation of such cases and the prosecution, because we see that quite often, even if there are cases picked up in praxis, they fail through the system because not enough evidence is collected, and then there's no prosecution for a criminal offense. What is also important to note is the corporate liability in this respect, because quite often this criminal offense is committed within the framework of legitimate businesses. So it is important to pay attention to this. Another important aspect is how do you actually make it possible for the victims to have access to remedies, in the first place compensation, but also other remedies. So this is the structure of the chapter, of the module, sorry. And in fact, what we decided to do is to introduce all these different topics through 3 case studies. And each case study is developed at length and illustrated as we go through the case study, the different points, you know, how the victims were identified or not, how they were assisted, how the case was built, etc. So the first case study is in the area of agriculture, where, as you probably know, it's actually the proportions of this phenomena of trafficking for labor exploitation is quite big, mostly in southern Europe, but not exclusively. So the case is from France, actually, and it's a real case, grapes harvest. It is, as I said, illustrated with various points throughout the case study. The second one is about domestic work, which is one of the most hidden forms of trafficking for labor exploitation. And it's really important to start paying more attention on it. There are big limitations on what is being done, because everyone says, well, we don't have mandate to enter a place, a private household, unless we have a specific complaint or a specific indication. So we have a big gap where of actually who can find these people who might be slaves sometimes. There have been cases where in the UK, I remember a woman was found, she had been a domestic slave for decades, sleeping in a cupboard. So anyway, this is something that one should pay more and more attention to. And then the third case study is from industry, from Belgium, again, a concrete real life case, a pallet factory in Belgium. We thought that having these concrete case studies would be practical and useful for those who might want to follow the course, the module. A few other points I wanted to mention. I know I have limited time. As I said, the role of the labor inspectors. So I know that the usual the people who usually follow the help courses maybe are one doesn't always think of labor inspectors, but they are very important, very crucial. So I don't know to what extent Eva and the members of the network actually involve and promote the courses to labor inspectors, but I think it would be important to do this. And here this multidisciplinary cooperation is crucial, because quite often who actually knows about this labor exploitation, labor trafficking? Well, it is trade unions quite often, or it is NGOs, or other civil society actors, and they have to be involved in the process. Lawyers are very important when they know of these cases and obviously have clients. They would be very important. The police often go on inspections together with the labor inspectors as well. Sometimes it's also the case of the immigration authorities, because quite often the workers in exploitative situations are undocumented, without residence permits or without work permits. And of course, at a later stage, the prosecutors and the judiciary. The course talks a lot about recruitment agencies, because there can be particular abuses when the recruitment or temporary work agencies operate in a gray area, are not properly regulated, and not really monitored. And very recently I was in a country where it was clear that there is a big gap when it comes to how they advertise and bring people from other countries. Recently, I heard of cases from Latin America, people brought on false promises without proper contracts, etc. So this is an aspect developed in the course. I already mentioned about the indicators. There are lists of indicators and how they can be, in practical terms, assessed, whether they're present. The collection of evidence, what is stressed to the course, and how you actually do not have to rely on the victim making a complaint or giving evidence, because quite often these people would not want to engage for various reasons: fear of being deported, fear of losing their only livelihood, which is through what they're doing. So the evidence should, the collection of evidence should really depend, and it is explained well in the module on other material evidence, documentary evidence, looking at using special investigative techniques where appropriate, electronic evidence, financial evidence through financial investigations. So these points are all stressed throughout the case studies as well. As I said, the relevant case law of the European Court of Human Rights is also reflected. I already mentioned the case of Chaudhary and others against Greece, but there is another more recent case from last year, BCL and AN against United Kingdom, which raises also the issue of the non-punishment of provision, a very important provision in the Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention. I'll just mention what it means. It means that if you have someone who was compelled to commit an unlawful act while they were being trafficked, such a person should not be punished because they were, as I said, in a situation of compulsion. They were compelled to either cross a border without a legal document and to be working without a contract. They were under the influence of the trafficker and exploiter. So this non-punishment provision is stressed in the module. And the aspect of compensation and other remedies is also developed. Conscious of the limited time, I will stop here and just say that we are planning, hopefully in the autumn, to update the full already existing course on combating human trafficking, which is now, I think, 4 years old, if not 5 soon. And this will be an occasion, I think, to introduce some topical issues, one of which is the intersection between information and communication technology and trafficking, which is very, very topical. And hopefully this will be possible to do in the autumn with the support of the HELP program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Petya, for your presentation, for your time. We know you have the plenary in parallel. I will just mention that it is a privilege to work with you and your team, because you're really the I think the most, the best people in Europe on the topic. I want to mention about labor inspections. Actually, in my previous life, that was a tough issue that I had to negotiate with the Georgian authorities when discussing the EU-Georgia Association Agreement. And then like years afterwards, I was pleased to launch the labor rights course and this module for Georgian labor inspectors. I think that one of the first promotions, and it has gone very, very well. It's not our primary target, but I'm very conscious of its importance. And I would like to also ask you and your team to also carry on this spreading of, of the usefulness of this course or module to labor inspectors.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly will.
Yes. So, and thanks a lot. I know you need to go, to run, to continue negotiating. Yes. Okay. The different is, but thanks a lot for your time. Okay.
Thank you. Good
yes. Luck. Yes. And then now we're gonna resume the session where we had the representatives of Western Balkans, Director Nenad Vucic of the Serbian Judicial Academy, and then Sergey Arakelian, Director of the Armenian Justice Academy, who kindly agreed to postpone their interventions. So now that we have after coffee, I hope you have renewed impetus to continue your presentation. So let me first, Sergey, please give the floor to Nenad. And no. Yes.
It's not a problem.
Who wants to come first? Okay. So for us, what is very important to know is like if we have Sergey. Nena, you can start. In the Western Balkans, again, this is one of the very good and successful projects that we have under the founding of the European Union. Is this a horizontal facility for Western Balkans and Turkey? And there we have a help action. And in this help action, well, Nenad is one of the key actors in the region alongside many other present. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And first of all, thank you for a long time and the great cooperation between Academy and Council of Europe and HELP program. I just speak with the Wojciech and we conclude actually two of us, it's only who participate at beginning of HELP program. In that time, Wojciech he was director of a Polish school, and I was the director. There's some situation, it's a changes, but in my life, nothing is a changes. 18 years ago. But maybe it's a good, because from beginning we start with this program like something completely new, and I believe in that time the e-learning module, it's a very, very good, like a supported tool. Some people, they said maybe it's a good, like a main tool, but I think during the COVID time, we discovered, yes, it's okay to have e-learning, to work online and this and that, but The personal contact, discussion, roundtables, it's not possible through the online session. But like a supportive tool, it's very good, and I think in the future we must use extensively, not only in a human rights issue, but use experience what we have in that area. But I want to say thank you in the same time to Anna for great support, Maya Lazic, from Serbian office, Jasminka, now she lead this, and of course Valentina, she leave us, but they always understand what is the necessary, and I think one of the reason why health program have a good results, because you, like a national partner, you have a possibility to adopt the program related to the local situation and the local law, national law and national institutions. Of course, from our side, we must select as much as possible, as best judges, prosecutor, some trainers, some professors who will work like tutor on that program, and who have a sufficient knowledge to adapt the whole this material for national users. This is what we always work, and why we care about many not only legal issue, but many organizational issue related to that program. Plus, our experience, they show if you have a high quality of program, of course, the number of people who have an interest to participate to that program always go up. But of course, sometimes it's necessary to push a little bit participants. This is a reason, I'm joking, of course, but we decide this, but our trainees, future judges and the prosecutors, they are under our 2 years initial training program. Now they are obliged to pass minimum, because we include in our initial training program help courses, and now they are obliged to pass minimum 6 courses in a period of 2 years. 4, it's obligatory. Anti-discrimination, protection of women, juvenile justice issue, protection of children, children like offenders and these things, and of course basic courses related to the European Convention and Strasbourg Court practice and that issue, and they have a right to choose what they want from the help modules. They have a right to choose additionally 2 modules. In the near future, we have a plan to increase the number of obligatory modules because with the Council of Europe now, they have finished the module related to the legal writing, legal reasoning. My personal belief, it's highly important for judges, prosecutors, but not only judges, prosecutor, for a judges, prosecutor assistant to pass that particular module, especially because if we want to make connection between national judgment with the Strasbourg standard and the Strasbourg Court judgments. This is, I think, crucial. Every year we start, mid of a year, we start a new round of courses. Mid of June, we start a new round with the 40 initial trainees. It's a new generation, and mid of June they start the courses related to the juvenile issue with the Council of Europe Standards and Guidelines Principle and the Strasbourg Court decision related to the juvenile justice law. In autumn, in September, we will start with mutual legal assistance in criminal matters. Of course, other program, they are obliged to pass, and I hope we will finish, but you know, with the IT and modern technology, everything, they say it will be done, but always you must little bit postponed and test. I hope in October, Academy, they will start with their own distance learning platform, because always it's a problem. We are a public institution. We must follow the tender procedure, this and that. If you outsource platforms and this thing, this is a reason why we decide to build our own platform, not only for a distance learning, but because we developed the E-Academy. The part of E-Academy, it's a human rights database. It's a tool for judges, prosecutors, and legal professionals, and it's designed to provide practitioners with the to save the significant times for practitioners when they want to search something related to the human rights. Our E-Academy and the Human Rights Database, it's not like a HUDOC when you have just the judgments. They have a cross-reference between Strasbourg Court judgments and our Supreme Court of Cassation and the Constitutional Court judgments with some cross-reference, because we try to give the legal professionals, primarily judges and prosecutors, some tool to have a quick access to the legal standards and this kind of dilemma, how they solved Strasbourg and these things. This is the reason why we signed the contract with the Supreme Court of Cassation to transfer the court practice to our database, with the Constitutional Court, with the state agent, to have a so-called everything in our database. When we speak about methodology, and I agree what Wojciech mentioned, we have a special program, workshops with the high court judges, Supreme Court judges, appellate court judges, not because they're not familiar with the modern technology. Yes, but it's not primarily. Because they need more round tables and workshops and debates related to the human rights issue. HELP program we use for young judges, young prosecutors, for our trainees. Last month, I signed a contract with the Faculty of Law in Belgrade to attract some students from Faculty of Law to participate in our human rights program, because we have a plan to use the HELP program and involve the students for this. This is I think, very useful, because it's a long-running issue, and it's necessary to extend the number of people and the work with the young people. But in the same time, we work with the appellate court judges and Supreme Court of Cassation judges because it's necessary to have a link between academy and this level of courts, because sometimes it's nice if you learn young judges and prosecutors, but if appellate level it's not familiar with the Strasbourg standard, they will dismiss the case and back to the first instance court again. This is a reason why we combine these things, and primarily our trainers, they are judges from an appellate court and the Supreme Court of Cassation. For example, 75% of Supreme Court judges, they participate in our programs and our works, because it's a good if you have this level of judges. Wojciech, he mentioned how it's important to have knowledge about andragogy. 15 years ago, I persuaded the program council and the management board, and they accept to open department for program and evaluation, but not employ the league lawyers, but because I want to employ the andragogists. Today we have 4 in-house andragogists, because, I don't know, outsourcing, it's a little bit problematic. Sometimes you have a andragogist, very good, very experienced in these things. But for example, they expect from judges to discuss in a group when you have a first instance judges, second instance, cassation instance, it's not possible to discuss on an equal level, because judges, they are judges and they have and andragogists, they must know how it's this profession, it's a specific. This is the reason today we have 4 these people, and they, in the same time, they care about health program, and they work together with the tutors when on adaptation of a program and these things. 2020, before than we planned, but COVID came before than we planned to launch the e-learning, and we start instead of end of 2020, we start in March 2020 with some e-learning program, but use the help experience, because it's necessary to organize some program. Yes, COVID, it's a COVID state of emergency, it's a state of emergency, but we, like education institution, we must organize some program, and we are obliged to provide these things. Health program actually open many, not questions, but many area what we not thinking before. For example, this area related to the use the modern technology in a which way, plus actually help program help to us to discover how it's important to have this e-academy and the human rights legal base. To have a plan to thinking about e-academy in a way to work on a blendering model, not only webinar and these things. Plus the new generation, they come, they understand the modern technology and they thinking differently. For example, I hope we will succeed next year to launch the legal gaming, because the young generation, they like it. But why we not use this tool in some education? For example, to select some court cases, made like a game, and the participants, they have a role like a judge or prosecutor, and they work through the game to understand the practice, maybe leave to the end and say, okay, you are wrong, or like in a game, say, okay, stop, you make mistake, go in a human rights database and look what is your mistake. We will see. Maybe I present next year if I survive. Present this kind of experience, but actually HELP program open many areas for and the possibilities. Plus, thanks to the HELP program, our team have a very good result in a EJTN competition, tennis competition. Few years we got it the second place in a grand finale. Last year we win. The many questions it's related to the EU Human Rights Charter and the Luxembourg Court, but in the same time it's related to the European Convention and the Strasbourg Court judgments. And I believe that because our trainees, they participate in a HELP program. Actually, one of the reason why they win, it's because they pass through this HELP program and have a knowledge and the capacity to make connection between Strasbourg Court decision and real case and real practice. This is a reason why in December we will have a tennis competition in Belgrade, because it's like in a Eurovision contest on who win last year, they organize next year. I'm joking, and they said, okay, Serbian Academy, they became a member of the EU before the country, but it's okay. Why not? And plus, for the end, yes, it's a little bit extensive, but I think the HELP, it's very, very important. It's not ordinary e-learning tool. The many issue you have a chance to solve, launch, open if you use when you use the HELP program. For example, I'm not only I'm director of Judicial Academy, but in the same time, I'm coordinator of Cluster 1 fundamentals in a negotiation with the EU according to the new methodology. And of course, this is a chapter 23, 24, chapter 32, financial, chapter 5, public procurement, chapter 18, statistic. It's under the cluster 1, but when we speak about human rights and related to the fundamentals, it's a crucial. And I saw we have many results we achieve because we organize training through the HELP program. We organize training for journalists, which means you achieve the activities related to the protection of a journalist. We organize something like related to the property issue. Again, we have a in vivo training plus HELP program and material for a HELP program we use. This is a very useful, for example, in this negotiation process. It's okay. I want to stop there because I don't want to abuse the time. And you have a right because you move me a little bit. I'm famous because always I broking the time what they gave me to me. We speak in other schools and academies in a region. to exchange the program. It's a very good for a regional cooperation. Next month we have in Sarajevo meeting, because the Federation Center for Prosecutors, they have a celebration, but it's thanks to the director, he organized in the same time meeting in Sarajevo. We will exchange some experience with them, of course, with the Montenegro, with the Northern Macedonia, with both centers in a federation and Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's very good platform for cooperation and exchange the experience. For Sarajevo, we have a plan to launch maybe joint program related to the gender issue together with the Council of Europe and Air Center. This is a extensive number of activities what we have. Thank you, and sorry again for time, but now we wait lunch.
Thanks a lot, Nenad. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And then, yes, I think you, I mean, as you mentioned, I think you and Wojciech were even before many of us here in the HELP team. So you are really witnessing the progress and the evolution. Let me now give the floor to Sergey Arakelian, the rector of the Armenian Justice Academy. As I mentioned yesterday, we do not have a specific project, HELP project for the Eastern Partnership. As of September, we will have a new colleague from Armenia, Anna, who will be working partly for HELP and partly for other endeavors in the office of the Council of Europe or Armenia. And we hope that this will help us also supporting Armenian. In the meantime, from Georgia in the Eastern Partnership, we had Georgi Georgadze, who de facto was taking on top of his regular issues a lot of work promoting HELP there. Now greatly helped by Levan Meshoradze, so this is really good. But I think we need to go further, and it is good that for Ukraine we have now Olga Kostenko, so that for Tatiana and Sava, she will be your main contact in the HELP team. So Sergey, thanks a lot for being with us today, and then the floor is yours.
Dear Eva, thank you for giving me the floor. Dear colleagues, hello everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here with you to participate in this HELP conference. Now let me briefly, I promise be very brief, to present you the experience of Armenian Justice Academy in introduction of HELP courses into the system of compulsory training for judges, prosecutors, and investigators. First of all, I'd like to say that our academy is only one state institution which is responsible for initial and continuous trainings, not only judges, prosecutors, but investigators who are responsible for pre-trial investigation of criminal cases. Considering the importance, relevance, urgency, effectiveness of HELP courses, I mean courses which were adapted to Armenia, for Armenia, these courses were included into system of compulsory training for our judges, prosecutors, and investigators by the decision of our governing board. And it was too useful during the pandemic period. And now I'll try to present you our experience in this field. The training at the academy is implemented in two forms, of full-time education and distance learning. But we can organize distance learning just for acting judges, prosecutors, and investigators because we have some legislative problems. This time we have a working group which is drafting amendments, changes into our law. And we hope that in 2023, maybe, we'll have necessary changes in our legislation and can include these courses, distance learning, into the system of education for candidates, of judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. A key component of distance learning at the academy is the HELP educational platform of the Council of Europe. And thank you, our colleagues, for our great cooperation. And I think that this conference is important for us as well in this field, and we'll try to take with us a good experience of our colleagues from other countries. At this time, we have included 11 distance learning courses, HELP courses, I mean. First one is Introduction to the European Convention of Human Rights and European Court of Human Rights. It was launched twice, you can see it here. Second one was updated version, and the same 11 participants took part for this updated course. Next one is admissibility of evidence in criminal proceedings. A number of participants was 15. 5 of them were prosecutors, 5 investigators, and 5 advocates. It was launched in 2017. Next one is violence against women and domestic violence. It was launched 4 times, and I want to say that this course is the most popular in Armenia, I mean for our judges, prosecutors, investigators, and other legal professionals. You can see here the largest number of participants, it's 81. Next one is prohibition of ill treatment. It was launched twice in 2018 and 2020. We had 39 participants, 11 of them were judges, 15 prosecutors, 10 investigators, and other legal professionals. Here we have cooperating with Office of Human Rights Defender of Armenia, and 3 other legal professionals were representatives of his staff. Next course is reasoning of criminal judgments. It was launched twice in 2020 and 2021. 27 of participants were judges and 6 other legal professionals. Next course is Key Human Rights Principles in Biomedicine. We had 39 participants. Most of them were other legal professionals, representatives of different governmental bodies, of the staff of Human Rights Defender, etc. Next course is Procedural Safeguards in Criminal Proceedings and Victims' Rights. We had 45 participants, and this course was launched twice in 2021 and 2022. Fight against hate speech is popular as well. I know that many of our judges, prosecutors, and other legal professionals planning to take part in the next launching of this course. Next course is Access to Justice for Women. We had 29 participants, and it was launched twice in 2021 and this year. You can see that this help course, Judicial Reasoning and Human Rights, was launched this year. We had just 7 judges, but I know that it is necessary for other judicial servants as well, and judge assistants needs to pass this course. We are planning to think about it. And the last one is Ethics for Judges, Prosecutors, and Lawyers. It was launched in May this year. It's in process, but as I know, in a very near future, I think on 5th or 6th of July, we'll finalize it. And as I know, all of participants, 23 participants of this course are successfully completed it. And I'd like to show you some generalized statistics for the period of 2015, when was launched the first course, till now. We had 355 participants. You can see on the slide that judges are the most active in choosing these courses. They have chosen 10 courses, completed it, and percentage of their participation is more than 30%. Prosecutors are active too. Their percentage is about 30%. Investigators are not so active, but I think in future will rise their participation in help courses. I'd like to say that just 17% of our participants did not complete the course. I think it's a good result. And in conclusion, I'd like to say thank you again for this great cooperation. We are looking forward in continuing of our cooperation, and thank you all for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I want to give the floor to Nena to react, but I want to mention also that we have a course linked to what Nena mentioned, and also now Sergey. We have a skills-based course on hate crime investigation that has only been launched in one country, in Georgia, and it demands a lot from the tutor. But should you need this kind of courses, and it links also to this gamification and things similar. It's very interesting. It's very good. It takes time to learn, but it's something good. Anena, you wanted to react.
Thank you again. Of course, I break my promise to finish. But what Sergey mentioned and the skills, it's highly important, especially in this issue like human beings trafficking, exploitation, and this issue. For example, when we have a training related to the human beings trafficking, the easiest part is to implement the legal standards, legal norm, court practice in a real case. But the skills, communication with the victim, not only protection of a victim, but simple situation like one deputy prosecutors care about that case and lead the case, but go on a vacation and you have a replacement. It's a nightmare for a victim. This kind of skills, it's highly important, and what Sergey mentioned, and we must have on the mind. But one of the reasons why I want to say again, thank you, Eva, for organization of the whole this program, and very good leading, and plus organize this big conference. I know it's a logistically nightmare to organize in a regular time, but in this post-COVID time, it's worst. But always we have a very good and a very great cooperation. And I expect, Eva, if you need some other support from others, our side, like Academy, we are prepared to increase the more quality and exchange the more knowledge, especially because what I said, according to the HELP experience, we build it up many things in our academy. And I know from beginning, and you work on this HELP program, and now it's a time so-called for your leadership in the future. Thank you again for your personal effort, because okay, it's institution, Council of Europe program, it's very nice, but behind every success, it's a person, and you're a great person in this program and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Nenad. Thank you very much for this. And now we have, we're welcoming Christophe Poirel, our Director of Human Rights. So thanks a lot. We're a bit lagging behind, Christophe. So, and we would, because we wanted to give the floor this morning to our partners. So now what we're gonna do is to squeeze a lot our 30 minutes intervention to try to see if we can have it in just 10 minutes. Can you make it, ladies? Okay, yes. So you're gonna see the great team in action. Okay, and then we have Eva Massa, who was part of the former team, and that is now leaving. She left the Council of Europe, but she will be a regular, I hope. And she's gonna make a very short intervention online. Is she with us? Maybe I need to, yes, we need to say. Okay. I need to.
Where's escape?
How do we say?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, hello everyone. Hi Eva, thank you very much for this introduction. My apologies because I am not there presentially today. I couldn't, so I have to connect online. I will truly be very, very brief on my presentation. Well, as Eva said, I have been part of the HELP team for a few years now, and I just finished last month. But as I like to say, being part of HELP is a lifelong partnership or friendship. So I am sure we will still be in contact and collaborating. The reason why I'm here presenting is to let you know about two courses that we have implemented under a project that just finished, but just to let you know that these two great courses are still available and anyone can access them. So I'm just going to go really briefly through them. You are familiar with them. because we have presented them in previous occasions. So let me just really quickly share my presentation of you. I hope you can see it. So the two courses that I am going to talk about are the course on radicalization prevention and the international cooperation in criminal matters. They were both implemented, developed under different projects, but implemented under this last project on radicalization prevention, judicial response to terrorism, and international cooperation in criminal matters. The project is now over since the 31st of May, but as I said, these courses are still available and they are very, very popular. I will skip on all my results and everything because, you know, we don't have the time. But basically, we have a very good response, 801 participants. And on the self-learning courses on the health platform, we have more than 5,200 participants. So the courses are these. We had a total of 13 course launches, which means we have different national versions of the course, okay? So remember, it's not just the course translated into the different languages, but also the national adaptation done by the national tutors. So whatever you will find on the self-learning platform includes as well those additional materials uploaded by tutors. Of course, both courses include legislation and case law from the Council of Europe, from the United Nations, and from the European Union. The course on radicalization prevention, you have the experts there. We also had collaboration from other sections of the Council of Europe, such as the Counter-Terrorism Division, the Criminal Law Cooperation Unit, Penological Cooperation, etc., as well as the input from the CEP, our partners in that project. The CEP is the Confederation of European Probation, and Europris as well. Now, the course structure, again, very quickly, is a very innovative course, very original, as you probably know, because it follows two paths. The focus or the target audience here were not only judges and prosecutors, but also prison and probation staff. In fact, this was the first time that we had a health course focusing on prison and probation staff. So as you can see from the screen, the blue modules are common modules to both professions, we could say.
Eva,
Yes?
sorry, we're not seeing the screens moving.
No?
So
Okay.
if not, I may
I'll just make it, well, I'll make it smaller, okay? Like that, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes, we'll leave it small anyway. Sorry, sometimes it happens, I don't know why. I'll make it bigger, yeah.
Yes, but can you click like full screen?
I was in full screen, but full screen, you don't see the next slides. That's why I was in full screen. So I'll put it big and hopefully you can see it anyway. So as I said, the course structure, two common modules for both professions, and then we had one path, we could say, or one leg, specifically designed for judges and prosecutors, which contained two modules. The first one was a bit more generic on concerning issues related to criminal procedure, and it really follows from a practical point of view the whole process of radicalization of an individual, and is based on a real case, analyzing each stage of this radicalization process, the factors that contribute to it, etc. And then the second one for judges and prosecutors is on gathering and use of evidence in counter-terrorism cases. This module was developed under the Helping the EU program project, and was also being taken as a separate course, but it's part of this one. And as the name itself then shows, is about gathering and use of evidence from, traditional investigation techniques to special investigation techniques, etc. So it's very specific. On the other leg, just for prison and probation, we have a general module for both services, which, as you know, in some countries, we have separate services, prison and probation, and some other countries in Europe have it jointly. So, just collaboration among them and different guidelines. And then two specific modules, one for prison and one for probation. And finally, a module on managing foreign national prisoners that not only deals with radicalization and terrorism and these kind of issues, but in general on how to manage foreign national prisoners. This module was developed together with Europris and also can be taken as a separate course. It's part of this course, but you can take it as a separate course. These are just some screenshots, very practical approach, as you know, like in any other help courses, we have questionnaires at the end, recap questionnaires, videos, links to legislation, jurisprudence, etc. The course is available in 13 languages that you see on the screen on the self-learning platform, so they're open to anyone who is interested in doing it. And this is just an example of some of those national versions. The other course is the course on international cooperation in criminal matters. This course was developed originally under the Helping the EU project, and the updated version was only released last year in the framework as well of the Helping the EU 2 project. So my colleague Ana Maria Telvis worked really hard on this one. You have here the authors who contributed to it. And we also have as well the contribution, collaboration of other departments of the Council of Europe, as you can see on the screen. These are the main modules of the international cooperation in criminal matters. There is an introductory module, which I'll go into this, explains the key concepts and general principles, what it entails, all the actors, all the mechanisms that we have in place for judicial cooperation, and of course, human rights implications. A second module on extradition and surrender, defining both concepts, dealing as well with the European arrest warrant procedure, the review of international instruments and how to use them in practice, and all the modules include as well a toolbox for legal practitioners. So again, it's a very practical course. Third module on mutual legal assistance, joint investigation teams, procedure, what are the legal instruments, etc. Module 4 on the transfer of sentenced persons, considering humanitarian issues, the way to prevent and combat crime, how does it work in practice, this transfer of sentenced persons, etc. I'm going extremely fast because Eva told us we have very, very little time. Module 5 is on the transfer of proceedings, international validity of criminal judgments, and supervision of offenders. So, I mean, the title explains it all, a very, very complete module as well. And, okay, we had another one here that is not on the list. It is here, which is number 6 on the seizure and, okay. Okay, well, I don't know if you see it there. Okay, it's coming now, sorry about that. Yes, the seizure and confiscation of proceeds of crime. So 6 modules, and again, extremely interesting, extremely relevant course with all the global issues and problems that we have at the moment, from COVID-related issues, but especially criminal law issues as well. Very important course. The course has been translated as well, and we have it available in 17 languages that you see there. And again, just to show you an example and some screenshots of this course. So as I said, if anyone is interested in doing these courses, firstly, of course, you have the self-learning section of the platform. You can do it on your own. You get the certificate of accomplishment. If any country, any association, bar association, or national training institution is interested in implementing this tutor version of these courses, you can contact my colleagues, because as I said, although the project itself is over, these courses are pretty much very much alive. So that is all I wanted to say to you, just thanking everyone for being there, and also the team, of course, my colleagues, for all the hard work they have done, and very special thanks to Ellen Ganglov, who made it possible, who made the project possible.
Okay, so I guess Eva was cut. I think she deserves an applause, but first I would like to also precise so that people understand. Also, Eva left the Council of Europe on a very happily personal cause, okay, to return to the home country. So it's not that, but that's why we hope we continue collaborating with her in some in some manners. So I don't know if she listens to us, but otherwise I think she deserves an applause for this and the rest of her work. And now let me give the floor to Ana Maria and to Anna. I think they will be short also for you to know. Don't worry, because I'll be also very short in my. So we're gonna make Christoph not suffering unduly. Okay, thank you.
We have to share the microphone. So very brief, the course that we updated last year under the Help in the EU 2 project. It was an additional effort due to the fact that in the pandemics we couldn't actually organize presential launches. There was budget left, and the idea was to optimize it to put together, to update a course that was demanded by national partners and that needed some update on the current circumstances. So this is the structure. I won't stay on it too much. Introduction, non-discrimination and intersectionality, legal capacity, accessibility, and social rights. You have the part related to the EU, the Council of Europe, the UN, with the relevant conventions, framework, case law, which is presented either separately by system or else mixed together. Like you see here, for instance, when we talk about discrimination by association, where it's mentioned how it was established in the EU system and also in the Council of Europe system through the ECHR case law. There are also national examples of approaches that you can find also very, very relevant. The course has been translated already into Polish, Italian, Slovenian, Uzbek, and you have it available in several other languages with well, over 800 users and lots of people that also completed. It takes 8 hours to complete and 5 modules. So I invite you to discover it. Then what I also wanted to show is something that we did also under Helping the EU 2 project, namely the audiobook that we proposed as an alternative for a module that also was available and allowed for this, namely the key concepts module of the Fight Against Racism, Xenophobia, Homophobia, and Transphobia course. The idea of this was to have a more, let's say, a tool that can be used easily by users that cannot have access to a computer and click and reveal the content, but still want to listen to it and complete the course in a more passive way, let's say while driving or while ironing, I don't know, while doing something else. It's a module that is not very legal, so it talks about the key concepts, understanding, so it's easy to digest just by listening. It's still in the form of a SCORM package, but it launches automatically the parts and they are read. So it's like an audiobook where the text is read to participants. It can be completed alternatively. So on the page, you actually have the classical. Now it became classical when we talk about the online course. This is the new way. We're piloting now this. It's only available in English, but know that that it's there, and it can be used as well for people who are even more on the run than those who take online training. So again, I leave it as such for you to discover. And just to mention a few words about the rollout. So the large-scale course rollout, Diogo and Giovanni also mentioned a lot about it already. But just to mention that we are there to help. So the methodology is really flexible and can help these situations where you want to have a course taken by several, even hundreds participants, or cascade into several series. So don't hesitate to approach us for more details if this is a way that you want to pilot. And really the last part, I'll take 1 more minute just to mention, because we already talked about the new course on the interplay between the ECHR and the EU Charter. But just to mention the discussions that we had during the very constructive first working group meeting with a very good group, with everybody that was on the same line, and we're really happy about that, both on the EU side, on our side, the colleagues from the court. So we're really looking forward to, I think, a very, very good course coming out. The idea was to present the 3 systems. We already have the course on Introduction to CHR as such, that will stay as such, so we're not touching it. We have the course on Introduction to the Social Charter that finally is also relevant for this topic. And the idea was to use and to build upon what Fra did on the course on the Charter to create a module there as well, so that we have an overview of the three systems, and then go into the interplay part, discussing about the scope, discussing about the comparison, but also the level of protection, and practical examples when it comes to invocability, to referral from national courts, some jurisdictional aspects. So everything will be put in through practical examples and aspects that the working group members highlighted that they know it's relevant for the legal professionals that will take this course. So looking forward to next year to hopefully presenting it as a full-fledged course by then. Thank you very much, and I'll pass on quickly the floor to Anna.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. So I'll have just 3 super short points, I promise. First, as a follow-up also to what Anna Maria presented about the audiobook on fight against racism, we are working on a similar audiobook on the course on environment and human rights, hopefully to be ready as well by the end of the year. Again, while ironing, cooking, or doing anything you can. The concept is slightly different because you will have a shortened version of the existing environment course in an audio file and format. This was the first point. Second point, international launches. We have worked on this in the past period. So we had some very, very interesting and successful, I think, experiences. This, again, I reiterate, it's the Environment and Human Rights course, launched and tutored by the author, actually, of the course itself, Grazia Skoka, with fantastic results. I'd like to thank Grazia, probably she's listening to us. And what is happening as we speak now is another regional edition of this course, launched in cooperation with the Regional Cooperation Council in Southeast Europe. I'd like to thank the partners there, Amir Kapetanovic and Yorida Shutai, for this. This is a cooperation that works quite well. I'd like to really thank them for this. And the third point, the new courses. Anna Maria mentioned the interplay course. I'd like to remind you that last year we already announced the development of the course on CEPEJ, Quality of Justice, the work of CEPEJ. This is really something that we're all super enthusiastic about. Our colleagues also in the CEPEJ Secretariat are working very, very hard on this. And we are expecting it to be ready early next year. And also something that we're very intensely working on is the update on the course on prohibition of ill treatment. Many of you know how important, relevant this is, especially in light also of the priority policy of the court. They decide Article 3 cases, so this is why there are a lot of Article 3 violations there. The course will be updated, revamped, and I'd like to mention that we're enriching a bit the scope. If you remember, in the old course, we covered only the course of context, so violence suffered on the side of state authorities. Now we go beyond. We will cover also the procedural obligation under Article 3 when it comes to violence suffered by non-state actors. So voila, it will be a more comprehensive course. And on top of it, as it was mentioned, but I'd like to reiterate again, it will have a specific module on prohibition of ill treatment in the context of conflict. So I think I was super short. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being that short. And let me now greet and thank our director for his constant support in everything we do. And we're sometimes doing a lot of things, I understand, in a very dynamic way. And thanks for bearing with us as well, Christoph. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva. Don't worry, it's a real pleasure for me to be with all of you this morning. And I must say, I regret that the colleagues had to rush through their presentations. I think those new projects that were presented, these initiatives that are underway, I think they deserve a more in-depth presentation. So I have to apologize to colleagues but I hope there will be indeed, as you said, Anna Maria, an opportunity for a more extensive presentation next time. Perhaps I will start in French for the sake of a linguistic balance to say still in English, but then in French. I'm very pleased, as I said, to be again with you this year for this closing part of your annual conference. I remember the last two similar events that took place over the last few years, where unfortunately there were only a few of you, a few representatives that were present. I'm glad that so many of you were able this year to join us. I understand there are still some of your members of the network that are still online, but I hope that as from next year, if possible, all of us will be able to gather here again for this conference. Je ne serai pas très long, mais peut-être pour faire quelques remarques à l'issue de cette conférence que je n'ai pas suivie. J'en ai suivi certaines parties seulement, mais mes collègues m'ont aussi informé de l'ensemble du déroulement de la conférence. Tout d'abord, je voudrais évoquer l'excellent discours liminaire qui a été fait hier matin par le Judiciary, qui a, à mon avis, très bien mis en perspective les relations entre les juridictions nationales et la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme en tant que partenaire. Je voudrais souligner le mot partenaire pour la mise en œuvre des droits de l'homme et le rôle, j'avais marqué important dans mon texte, mais je crois que c'est plus qu'important, le rôle crucial qui est joué par les professionnels du droit dans ce contexte, et tout particulièrement, bien évidemment, lorsqu'ils sont formés à nos problématiques. Rôle crucial aussi bien au niveau national. Nous, ici à Strasbourg, nous ne pouvons à l'évidence pas toucher toutes les juridictions au quotidien, et donc c'est très important pour nous que vous, les praticiens, les juges, les procureurs, les avocats, jouiez pleinement ce rôle au niveau national. Donc, importance de votre rôle au niveau national, mais bien évidemment aussi importance ici à Strasbourg au regard du travail qui est fait ici par la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Je voudrais aussi, en introduction, remercier la présidence irlandaise du comité des ministres qui, cette année, a accepté de parrainer la conférence avec la participation du ministre aux Affaires européennes. Je dois dire à titre tout à fait personnel que je suis très reconnaissant, en même temps très enthousiaste, je dois dire, à propos de la présidence irlandaise qui vient de s'ouvrir, parce que l'Irlande est un de nos membres fondateurs qui est très clairement, fortement engagé par rapport aux valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe. Et dans la période difficile que nous vivons actuellement, je crois que c'est important que nous ayons une présidence engagée. Donc, mes très vifs remerciements à la présidence irlandaise. Quelques autres éléments que je voudrais citer, comme cela a été dit de différentes façons, les 2 dernières années ont été un défi pour tous, y compris pour les systèmes juridiques nationaux et les professionnels du droit, dont vous tous ici réunis aujourd'hui. Je dois dire que Anna a évoqué l'ACPEJ, poursuivre également les travaux de l'ACPEJ. J'ai pu voir les difficultés, mais aussi les attentes qu'il y avait de la part des juges et des procureurs dans nos États membres pour faire face de la meilleure façon possible aux défis de la pandémie. Et je suis heureux, je dois dire que, comme HELP, la CPEJ aussi a mis en place des outils pour aider les juges et les procureurs, par exemple sur la question de la conférence à distance, en produisant des guidelines sur les video conferencing que, si vous ne connaissez pas, je vous encourage vivement à regarder. Alors, face aux défis de la pandémie et malheureusement aux défis plus récents qui ont été causés par la guerre en cours en Ukraine, le travail des professionnels du droit, des juges, des procureurs, des avocats a été et demeure fondamental pour assurer la protection des droits de l'homme à travers la mise en œuvre de nos standards communs dans ce domaine et en particulier ceux de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. La jurisprudence de la Cour, ici à Strasbourg, mais aussi les déclarations qui ont été adoptées pendant à peu près 10 ans, au moins 10 ans par les États partis à la Convention dans le cadre du fameux processus d'Interlaken, mais aussi les décisions du comité des ministres. Si vous relisez tous ces textes, si vous vous penchez dessus, vous verrez qu'ils soulignent tous que les acteurs nationaux des systèmes judiciaires sont les premiers responsables de la mise en œuvre de la Convention au niveau national. C'est le cœur, je dirais, du principe de subsidiarité qui a toujours été un pilier du système de la Convention et qui maintenant, comme vous le savez, est inscrit dans le préambule même de la Convention suite à l'entrée en vigueur du protocole 15 à la Convention. Pour que ces acteurs puissent remplir pleinement ce rôle, ils doivent bien évidemment disposer d'outils et de connaissances approfondies qui soient aussi facilement accessibles. Je reviendrai à ce qu'a dit le juge Heike hier matin. Il est difficile, c'est évident, et vous le savez tous, pour un praticien de maintenir à jour ses connaissances, de se tenir informé de la jurisprudence de la Cour de Strasbourg, qui est abondante, je le dois dire, tous les jours, ou presque, il y a des arrêts qui sont publiés sur le site de la Cour. Donc la jurisprudence abondante de la Cour de Strasbourg, celle de la Cour de Luxembourg, sans parler des développements dans le domaine du droit national qui évolue constamment. Donc absorber toute cette masse d'informations est évidemment très difficile. Et il faudrait quasiment faire ce travail à plein temps pour que les praticiens le fassent. Et bien évidemment, avec votre travail au quotidien, c'est quasi mission impossible, je dirais, de se garder totalement à jour en termes de connaissances. C'est donc pour cela qu'il nous a paru important à nous, Conseil de l'Europe, et je dirais c'est notre responsabilité, d'aider les professionnels, de leur prêter assistance. Et le simple vocable « help » en anglais reflète bien notre souci d'apporter ce soutien. Alors, à travers ces trois piliers, son réseau, ses cours en ligne et sa méthodologie de formation, le programme HELP œuvre à donner aux professionnels de la justice, j'espère de manière satisfaisante, les moyens d'agir dans l'esprit des normes européennes des droits de l'homme et pour donner pleine effectivité à ces normes. Parce que le but ultime, c'est bien évidemment d'assurer que ces normes sont effectivement appliquées et respectées au quotidien dans les 46 États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. Et c'est peut-être l'occasion à ce moment de vous remercier tous pour votre implication, tous ces modules qui sont développés, toutes ces traductions, ces adaptations nationales qui sont essentielles pour cadrer au mieux avec les législations de vos États membres, de vos États respectifs. Tout ce travail que vous menez est vraiment essentiel et nous vous en sommes très reconnaissants. Alors, comme vous l'avez entendu, plus de 40 cours modèle HELP sur différentes thématiques sont aujourd'hui disponibles gratuitement, déclinés en 500 versions linguistiques pour plus de 100 000 utilisateurs de notre plateforme en ligne. Je crois que les collègues peuvent être très fiers de ces chiffres. Je crois que l'augmentation du nombre d'utilisateurs du programme HELP, suite en particulier à la pandémie, mais je ne pense pas seulement du fait de la pandémie, est vraiment un grand succès et un grand motif de satisfaction. Les nouveaux cours qui ont été développés par HELP au cours de la dernière année ou qui sont en cours de finalisation vous ont été présentés, je dois dire, très bien par les collègues. Vous avez entendu les présentations des cours sur la motivation des décisions de justice, la cybercriminalité, les droits de l'homme dans les forces armées et d'autres. Nous développons aussi, je dois le dire, de nouveaux cours HELP tels que l'interaction entre la Charte des droits fondamentaux de l'Union européenne et la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, la mise à jour du cours HELP sur l'interdiction des mauvais traitements que Anna a mentionné est également en cours et la nouvelle version modernisée sera disponible en anglais d'ici la fin de cette année avec un nouveau module sur l'interdiction des mauvais traitements dans le contexte des conflits, comme l'a dit Anna. C'est évidemment très important parce que c'est vraiment, je dirais, la protection contre les mauvais traitements qui malheureusement existe encore de manière trop répandue, je dois dire, dans nos États membres, est une réalité qui est notamment encore constatée par notre cours dans ces arrêts. Donc, c'est vraiment un chantier, je dirais, prioritaire en termes de lutte contre les mauvais traitements et donc de formation sur les standards qui s'appliquent en la matière. Perhaps to switch to English and to say yesterday you also heard of the new initiative Help Asylum, Migration e-desks, which is an innovative way, I must say, to use the HELP infrastructure to provide rapid support to lawyers in countries with large refugee influx as a result, again, of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The conference, and I'm very glad of that, the conference also provided to our Ukrainian colleagues working on the training of judges, prosecutors, and lawyers a forum to share their experiences on working in such tragic circumstances. And I would like to warmly thank them, because I can imagine it's not that easy to work in such a difficult psychological and moral and even perhaps sometimes even physical environment for all of them and their families. So I would like to really warmly thank them for addressing our audience, and I would like to reiterate our full solidarity with them and all Ukrainian people. We are working also intensively to provide also through the HELP program further support through capacity building of Ukrainian legal professionals. This brings me to the other HELP projects with a specific geographical scope, and I would mention a few of them. First of all, the help in the EU project, which continued this spring with its third phase, thanks to the continued support of the European Union. I'm very glad that we have a close partnership with the European Union. We share the same values, our two organizations. So the more I think we can work together, the better chance there is that we can anchor our values more deeply in our member states. The same goes for the help in the South Mediterranean and help in Central Asia. I must say we are doing more and more activities in Central Asia, and I'm following them from distance, but I can see that it requires, I must say, a great involvement also on the side of the colleagues. We have also submitted a project proposal for EU Council of Europe judicial training on the rule of law and human rights, under which we plan to work with multipliers, national trainers and national judicial training institutions, as well as with young, newly appointed justice professionals. Ambassador Kuneva told us that this is currently being considered, and I hope that there will be a concrete outcome to this new initiative. As of next year, help in the Western Balkans will no longer be a part of the EU Council of Europe horizontal facility, I would say, unfortunately, in a way, but the help courses will be transversally included in topical actions under the facility. And we are in parallel working on identifying other avenues to secure the presence of help in this very important region. In all of these help actions, synergies are thought with the help network international partners. I want to mention the EJTN, the CCBE, the UNHCR, USC, or the FRA and others. And I want to really thank all representatives of the institutions for the excellent cooperation we have with them. This quite naturally leads me to my key message, which is about the importance of working together, as I said. We are the strongest, I'm convinced, when we work together. Help is there to support you in your training endeavors within our own capacities and along different modalities. Judicial and lawyers training institutions can and do resort to help courses in the classical way through the help tutored courses. They, but also individual professionals, can also benefit from the publicly available self-learning help courses, which allow for greater autonomy and as a result, large-scale training efforts. This is something that we very much encourage. I think it's important that as many people individually can embrace the courses and use the courses. The help courses are, I would say, a cost-effective, publicly and freely available resource, and their effect can be easily multiplied through that. And you have been very active and innovative in making the most of them. So once again, many, many thanks to all of you. Many of you integrate the help courses in your training curricula. This too is a practice that I can only commend and encourage. In some countries, help courses are used to obtain specific licenses or accreditations. Finally, some of you even physically integrate the help courses in your own online training platforms. And there again, I think it's an excellent initiative. It can only multiply the impact of the help courses. This, and I want to underline it, this remarkable engagement demonstrates what we always knew, that out of the 3 pillars of the help program, the help network is by far the most important one. I think a key to the success of help is this networking among professionals. I think without, as I said at the beginning, without such networks relying on local partners, we in the Council of Europe, our impact would be very limited. So that networking part, that networking dimension of help is very important to us. It is the soul, I would say, of the help program. With that, I want to thank you again for your commitment and for the strong partnership that we have built over the years with you. I hope that we can continue to count on your support and your involvement to even reinforce further that strong partnership. Before perhaps I give the floor to Eva for the closing words, let me say a few words to thank also my colleagues and as was said before, my neighbor. Thank you very much, Eva and colleagues, for the excellent work, your remarkable dedication, your enthusiasm. I noticed that all the time whenever I talk to colleagues, I can see how enthusiastic they are about their work and your constant search for improvement. I think it's a great lesson for all of us, especially for me, if I may say. It shows to all of us that we have to be constantly enthusiastic and willing to do better and more. The success of help is, I think, to a large extent, the result of the networking with you partners, but also the result of their own work. And since it's her last participation in our meeting, I would like to express in particular my gratitude to Anna, who will soon join the registry of the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you very much, Anna, for your commitment and very hard work throughout the years. I must say it was a real pleasure and a reward also to work with such a dynamic, but I must say, as you all know, a very pleasant colleague. So, like you, Anna. So with that, Anna, many, many thanks, and I wish you all the best in your new functions at the court. I'm sure that the registry of the court will be very happy to have you with them. With that, many thanks again, and look forward to the next opportunity.
Merci beaucoup, Christophe. Merci beaucoup aussi pour la mention, Anna. Elle va nous manquer, décidément. On espère que comme elle va dans la cour, on a une autre très bonne raison de poursuivre notre travail conjoint avec la cour et on est en train de négocier maintenant comment est-ce qu'il pourrait aussi continuer à suivre la finalisation du cours pour l'interdiction de mauvais traitements, qui est très, très essentiel et qui va être très, très important aussi pour le travail d'Anna à l'avenir. Mais Anna, c'était difficile pour nous tous, mais bon, on garde toujours l'esprit help dans la cour et merci pour ton travail. Et je vais passer à l'anglais maintenant et je ne vais pas vous bombarder avec une présentation très longue. Je vais quand même mettre 2 écrans pour la suite, pour l'avenir. So I will just show you this and then, yes, okay, they allow me, okay. So it's been 2 intense, 2 very intense sessions these 2 days. We'll continue in the afternoon with the gathering of the Western Balkans, representatives from justice training institutions and bar associations with Anna. So poor Anna, we are making her work until the very end. Yes, but this is very important to reassure and to give further support to our partners in the Western Balkans. This is just the last slide I shared with you yesterday, a bit showing what we are offering you, and then concerning the methodology, you can see either in person, online, a combination. Still, we're very, very happy and very pleased to adapt it. And we are even more pleased is you adapt it to your own needs. So what we want to do in the future, what's next? What is next is that we want to continue implementing help with your help, of course. And then we need to preserve our mission, the mission of the HELP program of the Council of Europe, which is to ensure the protection of human rights through the enhanced capacities of you. We do it mainly by the HELP courses. What we would really like to promote is to optimize the HELP online courses that exist, the more than 500 national versions, and we continue adding more national versions, and to disseminate the use of the HELP methodology in partnership with you. This is true cooperation, this is true partnership, where you take, as Diogo Ravara from Portugal this morning said, ownership and responsibility. Then it is essential for us to keep the geographical topical projects. If the network is the soul, the projects are the blood. And then it's EU. It's one of our flagship projects as well, because this allows us also to update key courses that are extended beyond the borders of even the Council of Europe. And this is very important. And it is challenging keeping the dimension of the EU, the Council of Europe, the national. But I have to say that even beyond the borders of the Council of Europe, the dimension of the EU is key, because we are more and more interconnected in this world. Then Western Balkans and Turkey. And we would like to deepening the coverage in some Council of Member States in the Eastern Partnership, where there's no specific project, and with a special mention to Ukraine, where we have given a recent green light from our programming colleagues to cover some red numbers we're into already in HELP. So this is a relief for us. And beyond, we had solid delegations from South Mediterranean, particularly Morocco and Tunisia and Central Asia, because we need to remind ourselves of the universality of human rights and this idea of creating as much as possible a common legal space under our Council of Europe conventions that guide also, they are the compass of HELP's work, like Istanbul Convention, the Lanzarote Convention, the cybercrime, data protection, etc., that are very relevant for third countries. In these countries, and this is why you've seen that the number of tutors in South Mediterranean and Central Asia are larger than in other countries, is because the contextualization process had to get consensus and agreement. And then this shared responsibility between different agencies at national level, be in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Kazakhstan, in Turkmenistan, requires this adaptation of the HELP methodology. And now, and this is the end, how we want to continue doing this. Of course, we need to continue working with you, with judicial training institutions and bar associations, and this promoting, this is new from last year, the more and more integration of the HELP courses in your institution's curricula, as we saw the last also experts, Sergey from Armenia, Nenad from Serbia, also go into this direction. The autonomous launches of HELP courses, that's the examples we listened today from Italy, Bar Association for Portuguese, Judicial Studies Center. The promotion of this self-learning and statement of accomplishment, that was a great idea that 1 month before COVID, Ana Maria had, let's do this self-learning statement of accomplishment, because many of you were asking for it to be able to award credits according to your institutions. We do not award credits. It is your institutions that recognize the needed credits, and this has worked very, very well. And then we want to strengthen also this international regional cooperation within the HELP network. Whenever we organize some things here in Strasbourg, to invite people from other regions that may be interested in the topic. That's why out of these interactions, we had, for instance, the HELP course on radicalization prevention launch in Morocco a few months ago. And then in the coming months, we launch it in Tunisia. So this is, you see how it has snowball effect. The partnership with European partners, EJTN, CCBE, Fundamental Rights Agency, essential. UNHCR for everything which is linked to migration. And then we can involve, we can, and I say this with caution because we cannot deviate from our core audience, but we can involve justice-related professions like penitentiary institutions, probation, those who have a link to the justice chain. We spoke about labor inspectors, this kind of thing. Expansion with universities and law faculties. We do not have dedicated human resources, the HELP team for this, but you can always promote the use of this. Maybe we can also have links to, once it really gets a full implementation, this open academic network of the Council of Europe. And then what is essential for us, and it was just mentioned, is to secure the core team and the sustainability. I mean, I didn't put it in written, but I mean financial. We do talk always about human resources and financial resources. I would like to add a third dimension is time. Time that we can devote to this, to keep the HELP core mission, okay? So in this regard, and because we are subject to a lot of also internal pressure from very relevant entities in the Council of Europe and contents. And I'm basically, this year, I learned to say no to the happiness of my team. So I'm saying no twice out of 3 times. So that's progress. But a lot of entities would like to have HELP courses. So if there's no Council of Europe convention, I say no, even if the cause is just unfair. But if we can strengthen this transversality of HELP, which is a great tool and instrument to spread the values and the conventions and the gospel of the Council of Europe, with the EU dimension as well, and the national constitutional rights when you have a national adaptation, then we need to instill the HELP know-how within different Council of Europe cooperation departments and expert entities, because otherwise it's only now we had 5 people before who knew, and for different happy circumstances, now it's going to be the only people who know how to frame HELP courses is Ana Maria and myself. So we cannot cope with all this. So we need to attract this internal, we need to spread the internal know-how. So with this, I would like to also ask more your help. You will be demanded to become even more autonomous and to help us whenever we're constantly being asked to participate, to make presentations in conferences. We're going to use more the members of the consultative board, people that know how we work and can also continue spreading the good work of the team. Without which it would be impossible. We have here also representatives from some people in the field, Jasminka from the Western Balkans, Imen from Tunisia, Malika could not be here because of travel problems during COVID and cancellation of flights. But this is very, very good that there's a team behind. We have we are reinforcing it with Olga Kostenko as well for Ukraine. And then I would like to thank everybody who has been working a lot. Daniela Palestra of e-learning, Essential, Elaine Costas, and Jules, our fantastic trainee that needs to pass on his know-how on the maps before he leaves us. But thanks a lot. Thanks, Christoph, for everything, and thanks to all of you. And then hope you can enjoy Strasbourg. Yes, Tatiana? Yes.
Thank you. May I raise just one question of extremely importance? I would like to thank all of you and Mr. Director also for expressing your solidarity with Ukraine. And because I came all through Europe from country of war, the first question I have when I realize what is going on in this room in Palais, in Council of Europe, room on the HELP conference, when realizing that there is Russian translation, was the first question how it could be important, how it could be possible on the 4th month of war. But then maybe I realized that the question is to explain in most simple words how it looks like and what does it mean for us. Putting in the agenda the special session to Council of Europe response to Ukraine and using language with its Russian use as a weapon, no less danger, maybe even more danger than nuclear power. The language was pretend to be the justification for invasion. It's really extremely painful to realize. And it looks like it's Council of Europe, it's still under influence of all post-Soviet countries have to understand Russian. They pretend to be treated through Russian prism. And if we are speaking about priorities and strategies, maybe it's time to rethink this habits that used to be in using language of the state who is not the Council of Europe member anymore and who really violates human rights. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Tatiana. We fully understand your question, and I would like to provide you an answer. First of all, to reassure you of all our unity and solidarity with Ukraine. We are reinforcing all our cooperation activities, including within HELP, and will continue to do so. And that's why we found it very relevant to dedicate special session to the situation in Ukraine in the conference. The reason why we had the Russian interpretation was that we are also implementing the neighborhood policy of the Council of Europe, agreed by all its member states, and it is we have a HELP project in Central Asia, and under this region, the lingua franca is Russian. So it's very it's impossible for us to ensure interpretation services into all the other languages. It's really expensive, and we even struggle to get this into the 3 languages. English and French are the official languages of the Council of Europe, but even French was extremely useful to assure that our partners from South Mediterranean region that also use in Maghreb countries French as lingua franca could follow. We were even thinking of adding Arabic, and we couldn't find the financial resources to do it because we are working in very dire financial constraints. But I think that it was mentioned yesterday by my hierarchy, the reason, but I would like to also everybody following the conference to keep this in mind should other questions arise on this. I don't know if Christophe would like to complete.
Thank you very much, Eva. Just to say, Madam, that we fully understand that for you it is in a way painful to listen to the Russian language in this room, but I want to underline that it is the fact that we are still using this language in our work here is in no way a kind of a recognition or acceptance in any form of the behavior of the Russian authorities these days towards Ukraine. I mean, we have ample statements that have been made by different institutions within the Council of Europe condemning, I must say, in the strongest terms, the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. So you should have no doubt, Madam, and your colleagues, about the fact that we stand very firmly behind Ukraine in those circumstances. As Eva just explained, it's purely for technical and practical reasons that we are still using the Russian language, because that language is used by people in other countries, especially in Central Asia. And in a way, it would be a great pity that those people, because of this aggression, would be deprived of the possibility to work with us. I mean, if we want to spread our standards, if we want to get those countries on board with our standards, we need to reach them. So in a way, by not using this language, we would not do a service not only to them, but to all of us. But I really want to assure you, Madam, that you do not interpret, please, the use of the Russian language as any kind of acceptance, as I said, of the ongoing Russian aggression. And with that, I hope that you will understand. But thank you again.
Thank you. And then I think with this, I invite you again to enjoy. It's not sunny day in Strasbourg, but it's colder than a couple of weeks ago. So I think that, I mean, you have a well-deserved afternoon, and thanks a lot for all your contributions during this very intense two sessions. Thanks a lot.